Welcome. This is a regular meeting of the BOCC. It's February 22nd, 2012. It's 12 noon. And the first question, as usual, is are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda today.
The next item on the agenda is public comment. Are there members of the public here wishing to make a comment at this time? Seeing none, unfortunately, we will close the public comment section and go on to commissioner comments. Commissioners, comments? No comments?
You want to go first, George?
Not
Probably
possible.
about the same thing, so
Well, I'll let you go first then.
we talk a lot about what makes a healthy community, and one of the things that usually rises at the top is the economic status of that community in terms of its sustainability and its resilience. But there are other factors that make up a healthy community, and one of those key factors is the contributions, the volunteerism of our citizenry. And in the last 2 weeks, we've actually lost two great women who have been great contributors, great role models, great volunteers to our community. Faye Ward, and then most recently, Ramona Marcalunas. And these women have really, I think, have led the way, certainly opened doors for the younger generation to encourage them to be models, to be role models, to show the importance of being involved in our community and to be able to follow one's passions, whether it's civically or politically or religiously. But they both have had such a great impact over the course of their lives here. And I just want to acknowledge and appreciate all of the work they've done for all of us and led the way. And certainly my condolences, I'm sure that the rest of the board will comment, go out to the families of the Wards and the Marcalunas.
Thank you, George. Rachel?
Yeah, thank you for that, George. They say as you get older, you both know more people that pass and you kind of feel that world closing in on you a little bit. I remember going down the Roaring Fork in the springtime once on a raft trip with Jim and Faye on the raft, and it was my son's first time on the river in any way, shape, or form. It was just a great experience, and she did a wonderful job calming him down as he got a little scared and said, "Hey, if I can go in this wheelchair, you can go," you know, and that meant a lot to him. And then certainly I worked with Ramona for many years, and she's got a lot of accomplishments under her belt in her time, but I think it's really worth pointing out that she and Jim both were just dedicated advocates for the acquisition of the Rio Grande right-of-way. And from the very beginning, before there was a committee, before it was a project, before we found funding sources, they just talked so vigorously about how important it was for our valley to save that link. And it's certainly turned out to be a really important item. So, as you said, condolences and thoughtful and kind remembrances are in order. The other thing I would like to mention today, as we go into this kind of beautiful early spring weather and look forward to spring, is that we are still a nation at war, and we are seeing the full drawdown in Iraq, which is wonderful. I think there's only been one U.S. fatality in Iraq this year. But in Afghanistan, there have been 37 deaths of U.S. troops in Afghanistan in the first 2 months of this year. And in total, in the course of the war, it has been 1,901 U.S. combat personnel. And so I'm just bringing this up as I do periodically at these meetings, so that while we're in paradise and we're looking forward to new spring vacations, we keep in mind the sacrifice that others are making for us. And for all of us to start to think about this process of reincorporating, reintegrating those returning troops home. There, maybe our valley is less aware of that than large metropolitan areas, or perhaps even rural areas, but there are a continuing issue with suicides from soldiers who have come back from combat. And at this point, suicide of the troops is running at a higher number than actual combat fatalities. And so if we all kind of look forward to spring and summer, we think about what we can do, ways we can find to make these people welcome home and to help them through their challenges, and to pray that the rest of the war troops come home soon. So I'd ask for a moment of silence.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Mike.
Other commissioner comments? None. Okay. We'll proceed with the agenda. We have consent actions, minutes of the work sessions of 1/24/2012, special meeting of 2/7/2012, and regular meeting of 2/8/2012. And a resolution appointing members to the Basalt Library District Appointing Committee. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. The next item are consent actions, first readings. These are set for public hearing on March 14th. We have a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding with Eagle County and Gunnison County in order to enable the establishment of an administrative revolving loan fund to provide financing for energy-efficient home improvements for county residents for Energy Smart Revolving Loan Fund. Cindy Hubin and Brian Pettit are here.
Cindy is actually on vacation, but you're in this year.
Okay, I got it. So, does the board want any presentation by staff? Yes?
Yeah, I would appreciate it. I apologize here. I have a question on the first one,
Okay.
and actually a question on the first two items, 3 and 4. So,
Well, let's just, they're kind of fairly long and involved. Let's go one at a time. So, Brian, could you come forward? And Catherine, I see that you're here. Are you involved in this project also?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And we also have Adam Palmer here from Eagle County.
Oh, great. So, Brian, would you introduce yourself and introduce your associates?
Yeah, I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Director of Public Works for the county here. Adam Palmer's with Eagle County and kind of heading up this program. And Catherine Dart is our core representative, taking care of the county side as well, and our liaison to core. So I guess the purpose of the MOU is really to show the Department of Energy that we're working closely with Eagle County. Eagle County is our representative with regard to this grant. It's really just to lay the foundation so that we can move forward with the details of a revolving loan fund. Those details have not been ironed out yet, but this is just to kind of lay it out for the Department of Energy that we can move forward together, both with Eagle and with Gunnison County. So maybe Adam can give a little bit more detail to that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Thanks, Brian, and thanks for having me this morning. Just a little bit of background information in the consortium of the Energy Smart program with our grant from the Department of Energy for the Energy Smart program. A primary component of that and a long-term asset to the 3 counties is the $1.1 million for a revolving loan fund that can be utilized for lending, leveraging, and hopefully expanding post-grant period for utilization for energy efficiency improvements in existing buildings. So we are on some, I don't want to say strict timeline. We just applied for an extension to an 18-month obligation deadline from the Department of Energy for obligation of those funds. But we want to move forward as quickly as we can to be able to utilize those within the grant term, which does expire in August of 2013. So as Brian mentioned, we want to move forward and transfer the $1.1 million into our designated loan administrator, which we're working with funding partners out of Fort Collins, who originally was established to put forward down payment assistance programs and other affordable housing programs. But they're able to administer the funds with an auto debit repayment mechanism through anybody participating in that. And we really wanted to get feedback from both counties before moving forward in there as it pertains to the terms and how that fund is to be used, because it is such a significant component of the grant. As Brian mentioned, the intent of the MOU is to discuss some of those commitments from what Eagle County is planning to do and wanting to have equal representation from each of the 3 counties in the long-term oversight of that fund as we move forward. So this creates some placeholders for that fund oversight, as well as helps us move forward with the actual agreement, in which Eagle County needs to be the primary agent in that specific agreement with funding partners, then transfer the funds down from Department of Energy into funding partners in a separate single entity LLC for utilization in the revolving loan fund, and then a named representative point of contact with Pitkin County as well as Gunnison County as we move forward from there.
Thank you. Questions from the commissioners? Jack?
Yeah, thanks for being here. Both of you all, of course. Brian, you're required to be here. So, getting down to serious business here, it mentions in the MOU that the 500 Pitkin County residents have access. It's really the Smart Energy Program is kind of how we started out. Any numbers from Eagle and Gunnison at this point? Would anyone have those numbers?
For how many folks are participating at this point in Eagle? Yes, and actually, I probably should have started the conversation with like this. I know we were in front of you a couple months ago, and you all asked some specific questions about the actual outcomes of the program. I am coming back in front of you in 2 weeks to give you the annual report, but because of the timeliness of this issue, we wanted to come first with you to the MOU. So on the 13th of March, I will be giving a full report on the Energy Smart program and really where we are after 2011. But just to answer your question on residential, it looks like there are about 380 participants in Gunnison currently, and almost 400 in Eagle. So, of course, that's just current participants. This loan fund would be available to really anyone that's participating in the program as it moves forward.
Can I ask a specific question about that? What's a participant? Someone who gets a rebate, someone who signs up to have a home audit, someone, what class?
Right, so a participant is basically someone who enrolls in the program, and what we deem as enrollment is essentially filling out the form so that we get access to your information and access to your utility bills. From that point, you can do 2 different paths. You can go and get a full energy assessment, which of course, as you've had one, goes through the entire process of basically having an analyst come over to your home, do a full assessment on your home, including safety testing, and then of course that's $50 to the homeowner. Alternatively, you can just apply for a rebate from the program, and that's basically our prescriptive path. And that essentially is, say you need a new boiler and you need it now, you apply for a rebate and you become a participant of the program. And really what that gives us access to, of course, is not only utility bills, but really that educational component which we're looking for, which is so key to this program. So feedback from them, continuing to basically multiple touches to the customer on what are they continuing to do to reduce their energy bills, what are concerns, what are the next steps, and so forth.
Michael?
Yes, Jack.
To finish up here, follow up. When you come back, will you have a breakout as to, there's a good question, how do you define a participant? So will you break out number of audits, number of rebates, etc.?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it.
Ms. George.
Yeah, the original DOE grant for this program was about $4.4 or $4.1 million.
4.9.
4.9 million, and that included not only the staffing, the education, but also the ability to provide some of these audits for the homeowners. And then as part of that component is this revolving loan program as well, which we haven't instituted at this point, but this is part of the discussion today. So my question is, how does that interplay with the Energy Smart Loan Program, which EGO, Gunnison, and Pickens County voters passed a couple of years ago, and the current status of the PACE program, where both of those, our program and the PACE program, has been held up because Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have been unwilling to accept those loans as part of mortgages. So how does this interplay with that?
Right. Good question. Originally, as part of our grant application, we identified PACE lending as our primary energy efficiency financing mechanism, and we had earmarked this separate funding that we're now looking at for the revolving loan fund as really more of a micro loan package for something that's smaller dollar amounts, say $3,000 or less, that didn't really makes sense for somebody to go through an actual property tax assessment and participate in PACE financing. So, as you mentioned, with the roadblock with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which there has been quite a bit of movement in, and we're optimistic that we'll have some good news. Hopefully, this year we will move forward with some of those programs. This would really be separate from that and shouldn't affect our potential to offer PACE lending in the future. I know we have been working with local banks on commercial PACE financing in Eagle County, which really does not have the same hurdles, I guess, or barriers associated with it that the residential component does. And we've identified a line of credit with Alpine Bank to develop that. So we are continuing to move forward with PACE lending, specifically commercial, bringing that back to the front burner. And I know we would like to partner with the Tri-County Consortium in offering our letters of comment with the Federal Register, with the Federal Housing and Finance Agency on comments for rulemaking as it pertains to PACE lending. I think that deadline is end of March 26th, I believe. So I am working on a draft and would very much appreciate comment. It would be great to have a letter that we could submit with our Tri-County partnership for that.
So then, since these will be smaller loans, as you say, through this grant process, what sort of financing, what sort of interest rates would the consumer see?
Right now, our term sheet, and ultimately, it's up to really representatives on the Energy Smart program. We're modeling it after the Keystone Pennsylvania Help program, which varies the interest rate based on the amount borrowed and the term. So it varies between 3% and 6%. And the FICO score. So the better your credit, the less you're borrowing. The shorter term or tenor of that, you'll be 2.5%. If you're borrowing a lot more, 5 years or more, and have lower credit score, it could be in the 6.5% to 7% range. And that's in parallel with the terms that Boulder County is developing with their loan loss reserve program. We want to look at that a little bit. It may be, on one hand, it's great. It's very specific and flexible, and does match up with those terms. On the other hand, it can be a little complicated in marketing and messaging, just to state what is the interest rate and what are the terms. But I guess the quick answer is that that's flexible. Right now, the term sheet from funding partners varies from that 2.75% to 6.5%.
Okay. And then lastly, in terms of communication, getting this information out now, we have had quite a good bit of participation by homeowners in terms of looking at just general audits and upgrades. So you probably got a pretty good mailing list we'll continue to do an outreach to let people know that if and when these dollars become available for small projects, who to contact and how that process will work.
Right, so we'll be, as you all know, we have a marketing firm that is doing all the marketing behind this grant with Impact Marketing. So we will be running all of the marketing for the financing product basically through the local energy resource centers, which of course here in Pickens County is through CORE. So.
Great, thanks.
Yes, Rachel.
Yeah, thank you. I'm in support of the MOU, and I'd just like to say that while we're here, I had the PACE information out to talk to you guys about, but I really hope that you're reaching out to the providers of the energy upgrades, the private sector, construction people, and companies that do these, to provide letters as well. It's one thing for a letter from 3 different county governments or a joint letter, or but it's something totally different from people who are in the private sector and are saying this is important to our jobs recovery, this is important to our market. And I think we need to have that sort of real push of that effort. We've talked about it among our board and said that, and I think I've gotten an email from Nathan that we're on it, but again, I just want to reiterate that it's really important to get the users, people who've benefited from the program or would benefit from the program, as well as just the private sector people to be submitting letters as well. Between the 3 of us and Energy Smart, we have 4 letters, we've done this at Eagle Picken, and that's not a lot for a testimony. So I think we really need to put a hard push on that.
Yeah, and that's a great suggestion. We were really encouraged after we sent out our last e-blast, which I'm sure that's where you got the PACE information. We had several contractors that contacted us and are doing some group letters as well. So
Yeah,
that's great.
actually I got mine from the PACE National Organization, but appreciate that.
Yes, Rob.
The first thing I'm in favor of the MOU, but regarding the March 13th, we have 30 minutes planned, and I just want to make sure we have enough time to go through whatever data you have. I think it's been more than 3 months. I think it's been about 6 or 8 months since we had that big report initially. We may have had a little follow-up or something like that in the middle there too, but I'd really like to see, I know the utility bills and access to that was a big part of it, to see what the result of this is, if there's any of that data at this point now that we're a year plus into this 3-year grant program. And then the other thing is you do have a good outreach. I get your emails, and there was an email a couple weeks ago. You've got a event coming up on Friday. Do you want to talk about that? That's the IECC Building Code Workshop sponsored by you guys.
Sure. We actually have
Might as well give a plug out there.
We should give a plug. We have an event tonight, actually, at the Resource Center, Green Drinks, from 5:30 to 7:30, which is co-hosted with the City of Aspen's E-Green program. So it's basically an open event. Anyone can join us. Drinks, refreshments are provided. And we will have information there, of course, about the Energy Smart program and other environmental initiatives in the Valley. So I'd welcome anyone to come to that. And then our second event is down in Carbondale on Friday, and that is a building code workshop run with the Governor's Energy Office. So the trainer is Shauna Mozingo, and she'll be down there from 9 to 3, I believe, at the Carbondale Town Hall. We should have several Pickens County building officials there.
And then the last thing was, if you're aware that the economic bottom-up plan that the governor put on a year ago is having another meeting next week, Tuesday, in Frisco, and that I'm sure you can find it on the colorado.gov site. But I know a lot of energy initiatives were part of that, so it might be something just to have on your radar too. If you don't already, you probably do already.
Any further? Yes.
I would make a motion to be ready.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, approving a memorandum of understanding with the Board of County Commissioners of Eagle County and Gunnison County in order to enable the establishment and administration of a revolving loan fund to provide financing for energy-efficient home improvements for county residents.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Any further discussion? Yes, Jack?
Just a comment. I'd like to thank Eagle County for cooperating with us and taking over the challenge, I guess I'd call it, of administering this. This is great. We have a partnership in a lot of areas, Health and Human Services. We work well at CCI together. Thanks, Eagle Family. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's been a great partnership, and we welcome any feedback from you as we move forward and develop these assets beyond the grant.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a resolution authorizing Pickens County to enter into an intergovernmental agreement, master contract, to perform public and environmental health services on behalf of the Colorado Department of Health and Environment, and Nan Sundin is here. Nan, do you just want to give a brief outline for us, please?
So, I'm Nan Sundin, Health and Human Services Director. I just wanted to clarify that it actually says Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and something happened when I turned it into a PDF, so I apologize that things got creepy on the page. But anyway, this is a standard master contract from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. It allows us simply to contract our per capita public health nursing, which includes maternal and child health, and then our consumer protection contracts. In other counties, when they have public health as part of their county, this master contract would include a whole range of contracts. But because we subcontract to community health services, it only covers this one area. So this is just an obligation that we have every 5 years to go into agreement with them. And then meanwhile, community health contracts with CD, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, separately for immunizations and all the other family planning, all the other things they do.
Any questions for Nan? Yes, Jeff.
And I'd like to get an understanding or definition of per capita public health nursing and maternal and child health. That's kind of a new term.
What does that mean? Yeah. So Community Health Services is our public health agency. They every county gets like an allocation from the state based on the number of people and what they, it's sort of like an operating contract to operate public health. And so this is the broad operating contract. Per capita is just how they determine how much money we get.
Okay, and on the latter three bullets, women's health, Title X, women's health, CFPI. What does CFPI mean? One of those fabulous acronyms.
I know, I asked Liz, and
escapes
her answer was family planning, and I'm sorry that I didn't get the C and the I, but I know the FP is family planning.
Yeah, and women's health connection. So what I'm reading here is we actually have to enter into individual contracts
That's right.
on either of those items?
That's right, yeah. So I can only sort of look at, in human services, we get allocations from a whole bunch of different programs, but they all come through the budget process, and we don't have to do separate contracts. In public health, they would do the same, only we contract to a separate private nonprofit. So it's a little different for us. So yes, the Community Health Services has to apply for or fill out the contract for all of these other contracts, in addition to us the county having this master contract.
So that's what this is, essentially the master, and then there's separate individual
Correct.
for all of these various
Yes.
things. Okay.
Took us a little while to sort it out.
And last thing, it says every 5 years. Now, is this part of the health initiative within the last 3 years that Well, have we been doing this every 5 years?
We have been, and part of our confusion as we evaluated this was you did this master contract in 2007 only for consumer protection services, because at that time, the Public Health Act hadn't taken place, and we had not developed a public health agency, and et cetera, et cetera. So from 2007 to 2012, we were under one contract, and now we're entering into the second contract with a little broader look because of the Public Health Act.
Okay, good. Thank you, Nan. I appreciate it.
Any further questions?
Are you ready
Rachel?
for a motion?
Sure.
Okay. I would make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing Pitkin County to enter into an intergovernmental agreement master contract to perform public and environmental health services on behalf of the Colorado Department of Health and Environment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
I just want to thank Nan for constantly keeping track of these changing federal and state details and programs and the interrelationship. You do a tremendous job.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you, Nan. The next item is a resolution supporting the grant application for a local parks and outdoor recreation grant from the State Board of the Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund and implementation of the Redstone Parks and Open Space Management Plan for Elk Park. And Dale Will is here. Dale, could you come forward, please? Dale, could you introduce yourself, your title, and your colleague, please?
I'm Dale Will. I'm the Director of Pitkin County Open Space and Trails, and I have with me Lindsay Utter, our Recreation Planner for the Open Space Department.
Do you want to give just a brief outline?
Sure, I'll say a couple things and then maybe turn this over to Lindsay because she's becoming the mastermind of the Elk Park implementation. But this resolution addresses a piece of property that kind of was rescued by Pitkin County way back in the 1990s. It was owned by a private party, and there was a proposal to put like a mini-mart, sort of a come-and-go sort of a thing there. And at that time, I'm told, I wasn't here, but told by some of the residents in Redstone that there was a plea to Pitkin County to acquire what we now call Elk Park so that it could complement the historic character of Redstone. And the county rose to that occasion and did buy the property. It has been sitting waiting for a program to some extent. There's a piece of it that Open Space is invested in with a pedestrian bridge to Redstone and a small parking area. But we have now completed an open space master plan for Redstone, which included this piece of property. And really what it is in my mind, is a rehabilitation of a former industrial site. This is where the sidings for the Crystal Railroad used to be, as well as the depot for that railroad. And there hasn't been any significant restoration of the site since the railroad was dismantled. The soil quality and the topography on the piece of property itself is really pretty much as it was left behind by the railroad. So what we need to do is fund the rehabilitation of this park, and this proposed GOCO grant is a piece of that. You want to add to that?
Sure, I guess this is... Right now, we've estimated, including additional design fees for the final design of Elk Park, we've estimated that it will cost about $537,000. We've already have a grant from the Scenic Byway through CDOT and FHWA. As part of that, we're getting $124,000 from the Scenic Byway, and we've already committed to match that with $31,000. So this grant's kind of unique. The GOCO grant we're applying for is unique that we can show the grant we've already received, our matching funds to that grant, as part of our matching funds to the GOCO grant. So in order to kind of equal out, I guess, the missing part on our end, our missing matching funds, we can show the $50,000 worth of design fees that we would like to complete this year as part of matching funds, and then I think that leaves an additional $18,000 around to complete our half of the GoCo match, which totals about $131,000. It's kind of, I guess it's kind of a little bit convoluted, but it will be exciting in the fact that this overall project, Creek County will have only put in 24% about. The rest will be coming through grants.
Commissioners, are there questions? Yes, George.
Just a comment. I just think this was a great opportunity. I know that Dale, your staff, and Gary Tendebon in particular worked so hard and so long to develop this plan with the citizens of Redstone. And I don't think at the time anyone realized that we would actually be able to implement part of that plan so quickly. And with the ability to find some CDOT monies that were not going to be used over by Paonia, and then to now look at the opportunity for a GoCo grant, this really puts this right on line with being able to get one part of this master plan project completed, and certainly probably one of the more visible projects. And just sort of as an aside, right across the street, of course, has been the completion of the stabilization and restoration of the coke ovens, which is a great amenity for the community. And I understand that they're up for a Heritage Award and recognition as well. So there's a lot going on in Redstone, and it's exciting to see that we're actually going to be able to kick off the master plan with this project.
Jack?
Yeah, this is a great project. Appreciate all the work and certainly a little luck on the timing of getting the CDOT grant. Ultimately, the project, as Lindsay said, was $537,000+. Our share is $131,000, or 24%, as you said. What happens if we don't get that? You know, we have certain grants, we have matching funds, then is it phased over time? Is that what it really means?
Correct. If we're not successful, and GoCo has 2 rounds this year, we're going to try to get this in for the spring round, but we have a second chance later if they pass us by on the first attempt. But if we're not successful with these grants, then we will have to fall back and think about it in our 2013 budgeting process and come up with a priority list of all of our open space projects overall. We certainly want to utilize the CDOT funds, but we will likely be phasing this and doing it more slowly without the assistance from the outside.
And timing, any idea in the first round when there might be a decision as to who?
I believe that GoCo's board will make those decisions at their meeting in June.
Good.
Bob? I think this is a great project, too. I think it's really going to add to everything up there down the road when we get it all done. The memo that we got said that there's this $18,000 that you'll have to add to your budget this year, so I'm assuming we'll see a supplementary budget for that. In addition to that, if this other grant comes through, there's an $81,000 which will have to be added to the budget in 2013, and I'm assuming we'll see a supplemental budget request for that as well.
Rob, you're correct, and so we're working with the best information we had when we put the 2012 budget together, so we will need to add to those appropriations, so we'll bring a supplemental. I think for the 2013, we'll be able to bring that forward in our regular budgeting process, so you'll see how that works. Those funds will come out of the parks dedication fee. We just have under a $700,000 balance, so those are dedicated fees that can be used for these types of projects that were collected at the time of, I believe,
Subdivision.
Subdivision, thank you.
So those funds will not come out of open space and trails, they'll come out of something else.
That's what we had proposed in the 2012 budget for that 31,000, and that's what we would propose, because this is really a project that's outside of the normal scope of open space and trails, this kind of park amenity in the community. It is appropriate for the park's dedication fee, so it's not coming out of our general revenue sources. I think we'd also be looking at that source to help with the kayak park and such too that we're talking about down in Basalt, but we have enough to do both projects.
So this in particular is just the allowance of going for the grant. I'm assuming we'll have all that information when we actually do the budget adjustments.
You should expect to see a supplemental budget.
Thank you.
Yes, Jack.
The chair's ready. I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
I'd like to move to approve a resolution of the BOCC supporting the grant application for local parks and outdoor recreation grant from the State Board of the Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund and implementation of the Redstone Parks and Open Space Management Plan for Elk Park.
Second?
Second?
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'd just like to add my thanks to you, Lindsay and Dale, for your leadership on it, but you've done a lot of work with the community there, and it was really creative putting the financing together like this, so it's outstanding, and when we play the lottery, all of Colorado. Go Powerball.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. The next items are consent public hearing second readings. The first item is a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen and the State of Colorado Department of Transportation adopting the State Highway 82 Access Control Plan, and G.R. Fielding is going to update us on this.
Thank you, Michael. My name is G.R. Fielding. I'm the Pekin County engineer, and I've been the project manager for this project for the last 4 years. First, I'd like to say what an access control plan is. It's a plan moving into the future which will put transportation needs on par with development needs. What it isn't doing is trying to limit people's accesses on and off the highway, but rather plan for the future and make sure that we have a good decision-making process moving forward and identify where, at this point, we think the best accesses and what types of accesses onto and off the highway will be and how they'll function. In your packet, you have a table and a map that describes the various different accesses in between Smith Hill Way and the Maroon Creek Bridge. And you have a resolution authorizing the chair to execute an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen and the Colorado Department of Transportation, who are our partners in the project.
Any questions for GR? Yes, Jack.
Yeah, GR, I want to clarify, and I understand this is a plan that's over a period of time, so
Yes.
it's not like we're intending to do any of these things ASAP. On item 13,
What page is that, Jack?
well, just the map that has the dot 13 because we don't have page numbers.
It's, if I can clarify, it's just the Baltic access and the existing access into the airport.
Yeah. And all, the red crosshatch, orange, whatever it is, denotes a closure, eventual closure.
It's more delineating the fact that we know that that's going to change how the airport circulation goes, and it's not any sort of final plan. The airport master planning process will likely identify whatever happens on that side of the highway.
Okay. One thing I was wondering about, regardless of the evolution of the whole airport master plan, in one component for the general aviation requires, fueling. for the fuel depot. How are those tankers supposed to access the ABO? Because it's not look like, there's no plans to ever eliminate east side, ABO. So there has to be a fuel depot. How would the tankers, in the full implementation, maybe not with the exact entrance to the airport, but it looks like on item number 11, whatever, 12, that service center is going to stay open?
Yes. I'm not sure exactly how any specific deliveries to the airport will be delivered and what routing they'll have. But what I can tell you is when the airport goes and starts delineating their roads, they have the options at that location to that intersection is going to allow full movements, and it's at this time it's not restricted to anything. It's up to the airport and their master plan to decide how and where those are going to be best served.
Yeah, I'd like to add something. That's right. Just the idea.
Could you introduce yourself again?
I will. I'm Brian Fett, I'm the Public Works Director. And I was working on this before GR came on with the county. This has been a 7-year project, so it's been quite a moving target. But to answer your question, Jack, is the idea of the closure around the Baltic on the airport side would separate GA from commercial traffic. And so your question about the fuel deliveries is a GA function, and I don't think it's going to change at all from that access at sort of the center going into the airport. Now, GR's right, the master plan may change how those tankers can access the airport facility, but that won't change from a highway standpoint. Okay. Does that make sense?
I just want to follow up on that too, in that we're most concerned right now with this plan in how the interface between that road and the state highway function, not necessarily as soon as you get off of the state highway, how those roads will function. And so it's more denoting that this can look however the airport needs it to look going into the future.
Yeah, and so I understand that's an input for later. 3/4 movement, and it's talking about eliminate left turn movements. That's both from RAFTA and
what page are you on?
Number 12 again, Service Center. It would eliminate if the traffic capacity, road capacity requires.
Right. If we were to see, if safety concerns were to arise to the point where limiting left turns made sense, then that's an option for that intersection.
Okay, and Michael, then one more, and then I'm finished. Item number 20, which is Enid Aspen intersection, that talks about potentially, again, eliminating that left-hand turn. It could be both ways in. Are you saying, or just one way?
For the Enid Aspen, what this is really saying is that if there were to be any sort of major redevelopment out there, that we'd have to take a hard look at how they access onto and off of the state highway.
Okay, and one last thing, what does this little squiggly in orange mean here? That's just another future.
What are you referring to?
Number 20, again, still the same one.
That there's a potential alignment from the Enid Aspen through the adjacent parking structures to access onto Owl Creek.
Yeah, and I understand how this works, and we are mainly focused on 82 access.
Right.
Yes, Richard.
The map that shows number 14, that's the kind of first exit entrance into the airport business center as you proceed from Aspen towards the business center. I guess I'm wondering, does that have to be closed because it's showing as a potential close just for the right in and right out only? onto 82? I mean,
It does not have to be closed, and any of the closures for accesses aren't anything that's necessarily set in stone. What it's saying is if and when redevelopment in that area happens, it's something that we need to consider. And so at what point does it make sense to look at a frontage road and a new access where ProBuild is right now? That's something yet to be determined. But it's not saying that we're going to close access 14 anytime in the near future. It's saying that if we need to build another access, that one would be likely to close.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification.
Yes, George.
I have a question. In terms of the process, because this is an intergovernmental agreement between CDOT and City of Aspen, are we the first shot at it, and then it goes to the City of CDOT, and you make a presentation before City Council as well, and then to CDOT? Or how's that work?
Sure. This is the first step, and the board got the first shot at this. Next, we'll go to the city and just go through their resolution process to approve the IGA, and then we'll go to the Transportation Commission and the chief engineer with CDOT, and that'll be the final part of the approval.
And because we probably have, I'm assuming we've been a little more involved in this process than the city, do you anticipate any hiccups, or if for some reason they have some questions that may delay it or may have to come back to us? What sort of scenarios do you see?
At this time, we don't see any hiccups right now. We did have a work session late in 2011 with the City Council, and they asked us to bring this before them as well. Thank you, George.
Any further questions from the board?
I'll just make a comment. First of all, thanks for both of you all, in my mind, for kind of suffering through this, because this is 7 years. I mean, I have to qualify one of my statements last time, because I'm still going to vote against this, but I indicated that I thought was maybe an okay plan for short and long term. Short term is right now, so qualification. Midterm, I think it still works because there's certainly an evolution over time and many components. Long term is why I'm going to vote against this, because I truly believe Service Center Road needs a light by the bus barn, and certainly the evolution of a light down by where ProBuild is. Now, you know, I'm with that part, but I'm just not with not having that intersection, a signalized intersection way down on that end, and so I will respectfully vote no.
This is a public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? Yes, sir.
My name is Bill Hawkins, and I own Planet Earth, and also the land is affected by the closure, the proposed closure of 16. And originally, I met with CDOT when they were doing the original layout they're in place present. And I gave them an easement. And one of the concerns was at that time was that we maintained that number 16 entrance, because we had a slip lane that people could slow down and go in there and not conflict with the trucks that either were at ProBuild or BOCC West at that time, or our trucks that come in and unload plant material. And the other thing that we changed from the plan that was presented originally by CDOT was that they had not really taken into consideration trucks going up valley from that area. And with the center strip there, it made it pretty difficult for somebody with a semi to pull out and get up valley. So the main concern is safety, and that we discussed in great detail, and that's why they changed their plans originally. And the other concern for myself is that we run a business, and it's a lot easier for, most of our customers are Aspen customers, and they can slip in the 16 and then go back out, on the 15 area. And it really is a lot easier for them to do that. You don't have that, tangling with tractor-trailer trucks parked going into pro-build or coming or going, especially during the summer hours. It's very, very busy right there. And I know this is a future plan, but, the other thing would be to try to even make that turn there. It would be kind of difficult by pro-build with a tractor-trailer truck. So those are my comments. And as I say, we try to stay in business there. It's been tough for the last 3 years. And it's probably not an investment that any of you would make right now. But, we break even and make a little bit, but we don't make a lot. So we'd like to stay in business and keep our gardens there.
GR, do we have a comment? Do you want to respond to that at all?
Sure, absolutely. As we've talked about, this is definitely a planning document for the future. I fully anticipate that, moving forward, if and when we were to ever truly consider that intersection, that we'd enter into conversation with affected parties, make sure that concerns exactly like he has are taken into consideration, and very serious consideration. And that would be some of the design criteria that would go into making sure that that future intersection works for all the adjacent landowners.
In GR, what would trigger that is development on those parcels so that you'd see a different use pattern.
Yes.
Anyway, with design.
And speaking to some of the safety concerns, what we've talked about on the staff level considerably at this location is that safety concern, and how we do have some, I should say, interesting movements that come in and out of a couple of the driveways in that area coming across the highway. And this would more formalize that into the future.
Okay, thank you. So it is a planning document. It just anticipates what might happen in the future, but it's not saying that this is going to happen in the future.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Jack.
So it raises a question for me, a what if, which oftentimes I have to operate under. So we've moved forward and have completed the airport master plan, and in particular the terminal, redevelopment. And we've met the challenge of finding funding, and we're going to phase it. So an important component, and due to the airport's involvement, we have this light here, what amounts to BMC West and the new airport entrance exit. Timing-wise, so my question is, timing-wise, for that light at BMC West, we'll call it right now, could the airport itself just generate that, not development with the potential housing at BMC West, but the airport itself, or would it have to be a cooperative effort by what is now the current owner of the city and the county?
Well, the need would be generated by development, and what that trigger point is at this point, I'm not sure if just the airport alone would necessitate that light. And that's, if you like to think of things at the 60,000, 30,000, 15,000 foot level, this is what I consider kind of a higher level document. And where your question is going right now is kind of, when we get this done, that's what we sit down and start talking about for each of these different developments.
Yeah, and I really appreciate your feedback in that you're not sure exactly what would trigger the need for the light, but we'll have to see, and it's all about turning movements and highway capacity. I understand all that. Good. Thank you very much for all the answers and feedback.
Any other questions on the board?
I'll make a motion to do that. I'll make a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pittsburgh County, Colorado, approving an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen and the State of Colorado Department of Transportation, adopting the State Highway 82 Access Control Plan.
George, I don't think we closed the public hearing, or did we?
Well, we didn't close it, but I can close it right now. Consider it closed.
Okay. Second?
Okay, any further discussion? I must say that I'm in sympathy with Jack on the issue of having a full controlled lighted service center road, and I think actually the future is going to prove, both Jack and I, correct, that that's the best way to handle that. However, unlike Jack, I don't see any reason to vote against the plan, given that one shortcoming that I view in the plan. But so I'll vote for it, and I think that the future is going to show that the future use is going to show that we have essentially a frontage road circling the entire airport and BMC, which will be business access essentially, with full controlled signals at either end, with essentially a belly button feature at Baltic, which is a roundabout. So that's what I see happening. So, but I'm not going to vote against this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Opposed? Thank you. Thank you, GR. Brian. The next item is item number 7. It's an ordinance amending Title 11, Buildings and Construction of the Pickens County Code by adopting the International Fire Code 2009 version as amended and adding a new section 11.44 titled International Fire Code. And Brian Paul, our chief building official, is here to give us a summary of this, and along with numerous representatives of the various fire districts.
Thank you. Yeah, we're back here for the mandatory second reading of the ordinance for the 2009 International Fire Code adoption. There's nothing really more to add. We had the discussion last on the 8th of February. This has been about a 5-year process to try to get a governing code adopted for our fire districts to all kind of comply with for their standards. Once we adopt it into this title, as it says there, it'll just be part of our adoption process with the other bodies of code as we go through each future adoptions. So we won't have to go through this exercise to just specifically adopt the fire code. It'll just become part of our building codes.
Board, do we have any questions for Brian? Yes, Rachel.
I have a comment more than a question. I'm supportive of this. But I wanted to make sure our very dedicated fire service personnel are aware that there's a bill at the State House now that would prohibit local counties or cities from requiring sprinkling of homes. And it's a kind of an attack on local control, so Colorado Counties, Inc. has been opposing it. I'm not sure if it has died since our last meeting or anything, but as long as you guys have had the opportunity to weigh in and send some letters, it's always helpful.
Yes. Could you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Dan Walraven, Fire Marshal for the Aspen Fire Protection District. I was down here in Denver last week, testified against this against this proposal to the subcommittee for local government, and it was defeated in committee at 3-2.
Great. Glad to hear that. Thank you.
It was a big effort by the state fire agencies.
Yes, Jack.
I'll make a motion if we're ready.
Well, let me open the public hearing.
Yes.
Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this particular item at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Jack?
Yeah, I'd like to move to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, amending Title 11, Buildings and Construction of Pickens County Code by adopting the International Fire Code 2009 version as amended and adding a new section 11.44 titled International Fire Code.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Gentlemen, thank you very much, and thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
It's another good one to get off the table.
A long time ago. Thank you.
I think we need to take a short break because the next item is, I'm going to close, did I close the public hearing? I did.
Yes, you did.
The next item is the Barter Parcel Subdivision, PUD, and I don't see the applicants here at this time.
That's it.
Okay, well, let's just take a 5-minute break and let them come in and sit down.
Well, we're at, let's see, the request is to subdivide the Barter parcel, rezone it with a PUD designation, to amend the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision PUD to include the 2 new lots that are being subdivided from the Barter parcel, to establish activity envelopes, and to obtain the growth management allotment. The P&Z has scored that and approved the allotment. It just needs your final granting of the allotment. So where we are in terms of the process is that you all approved the rezoning and the subdivision PUD on first reading at the last meeting. So this is second reading for those 2 items. And then there's also the resolution related to the growth management allotment, which was continued at the last meeting. So that's where we are today. I'll summarize briefly the couple of issues that are in my memo and make a couple of corrections. Actually, I think a lot of this probably is for the applicants to respond, since they had submitted the letter addressing a number of the issues you all had raised at the last meeting. Again, in the memo, I went through the floor area for Lot 7, discussing whether they were willing to limit that to less than the 8,250 square feet that they had requested as part of their growth management allotment. The dog restriction issue and recreational facilities on Common Parcel 2. I can briefly talk about them, but then they may have additional items to address there. For floor area on Lot 7, the applicant is willing to limit the floor area to 5,750 rather than 8,250 in exchange for a reduction in the employee housing mitigations from 3 FTEs to 2 FTEs. And like I said, I think I'll let Mitch and Scott address that farther. But just to make one correction in my memo that Scott pointed out, the paragraph where I talk about the actual payment in lieu fees for 2 FTEs and 3 FTEs, I had used the housing guidelines where they do a combination of category 2 and 3 to determine a payment in lieu when a category is not specified. And Scott pointed out to me that we did, last summer when we did the amendment, you had approved an amendment related to their employee housing mitigation regarding the site plan for a new location or provision of that payment in lieu fee. We were talking about a category 4 unit. So actually category 4 payment in lieu would be the level that we were talking about rather than the combined 2 and 3. So those numbers do drop. So the payment in lieu for 2 FTEs at category 4 is then $279,780. At 3 FTEs, it would be $419,670. And that's a difference of $139,890. So just to make that correction, the difference between category 4 versus the combined 2 and 3. So again, I'll leave that issue for further discussion by the applicant. The dog restriction, there had been a request at the last meeting regarding restriction of dogs and whether the applicant would be willing to do that. The habitat on the property does not require that under the code. It's not an area where we would require kenneling or some other dog restriction. But the Division of Wildlife, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, had said that obviously uncontrolled dogs do have an impact. There is habitat nearby. So the applicant has agreed to a kenneling voice command restriction, and I've added that to the conditions of approval. That's under condition number 6G. So that is in the resolution in front of you. The third item the applicant addressed was the recreational facilities on Common Parcel 2. The applicant had agreed to limit the size of any rec facilities to a total of 750 square feet. They've started looking at an alternate location for the envelope. If you remember, the envelope right now
is on the bench right next to the Rio Grande Trail, or the Rio Grande Trail. And they were looking at a site that was slightly below that, that would not be as visible from the trail. And they think they have an area that's out of the floodplain, out of the 100-foot setback. We're not asking to move that envelope at this time. That would be part of a further application, but I think they just wanted to, pass along the information that it looks like it could be feasible to move that envelope to another location. And the last issue in the memo was further reviewing the irrigated lands calculations. The applicant had provided a couple of maps and calculations at the last meeting. Their map had showed 8.323 acres of historically irrigated area. There were areas that were eliminated, out of the 10 acres, the areas that were not included in historically irrigated were the Barta homestead and related improvements, the ditch and lands above it, and the corner of the property with cottonwood trees and the access easement down to that common parcel 2. So those areas were excluded. So based on that, the 8.323, the applicant had asserted that 7.9 acres would be precluded from future development. The applicant then showed their envelopes that consumed a total of approximately 1.95 acres and committed to add the remaining 8.05 acres to their agricultural easement area. In reviewing the calculations, and I think it was Rob who kept looking at these numbers going, something doesn't seem to equate. I think the primary one is the ditch area, which is excluded from the first calculation to determine what is historically irrigated, but then portions of it were included in with their area to be preserved or within the area under their agricultural easement. Unfortunately, the code doesn't give us a lot of directions. I mean, we've gotten deeper into this issue, I think, on this application than we have on any other application we've probably ever dealt with, and we don't have much direction in the code as to what we calculate, what we don't, when we include ditches, when we don't. I mean, we have a few other examples, I think, that have come up with Chaparral, where we said we've allowed landscape envelopes to be considered, within irrigated area because those will be landscaped and continue to provide those open areas. But we do think there's an issue there with the consistency about what's included to determine the historically irrigated area and then what counts for what you're preserving. So we put it out to the applicant, and I think they're prepared to further address that issue with you, so I'll kind of leave it at that since I don't have their latest numbers or proposal at this point. I hope you all got the letter from Jennifer Long that was emailed or forwarded to you either yesterday or today, I think.
It just came today.
Okay. So anyway, I think that was the only other piece at this point. So then again, staff is recommending approval on second reading of the ordinance and the subdivision PUD and granting of the allotment. Obviously, that's subject to sort of final satisfaction of this historically irrigated lands issue at this point. So that's it. If you have questions.
Suzanne, do we have the ability to project a full-size map?
Unfortunately, I think
this issue essentially rotates around mapping and areas.
I think my map got left up here last time, and
do we have a map?
we just have the ones that show the Barta parcel. I had the larger map that showed everything.
Was that in the last meeting? Because I have it in my packet.
That was, yeah. Well, no, it was a big map we put up on the...
Will this go up on the projection?
Yeah, I just realized today that it was missing.
Why don't we take that? This is the irrigated areas map. I don't know if that covers
it. Do you have something, Scott?
Sorry?
Do you have any mapping that we can put up?
I don't today, no.
I don't want to talk about this in the abstract. I want the public and us to see what we're talking about, because this issue revolves around very specific areas down to the 10th of an
Well, if it's just specific to the Barta parcel, I mean, we have the maps they've provided. Which
I have this one too, which is all the parcels.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we can put that.
I guess we could
stop carrying the whole file every time.
over and just scoot here. It's too much laid out.
Yes, George.
Can I ask a question, Suzanne,
Yes.
while you're doing that? Suzanne, on the floor area on lot 7, we have in a memo, the applicant is willing to limit the floor area.
What page are you on, George?
On page 2. The applicant is willing to limit the floor area on lot 7 to 5750 in exchange for a reduction in the required employee housing mitigation. My question is, would their employee housing mitigation drop just because of the size of the house has dropped from 8250 to 5750?
No, their mitigation is based on the housing guidelines, so that would not change it.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, the same thing I have.
Yeah. So just to orient, so this shows the Roaring Fork Meadows PUD as well as the BARDA parcel. These 5 lots up here being the residential lots. So up here is the Basalt Old Snowmass Trail. Here's the Rio Grande Trail coming through. This is the BARDA parcel that we're discussing right in the middle. Common parcel 1 over here, common parcel 2, and the river. So then moving into, I don't know, do you want to put yours up showing that ditch area? Sure. Since you've highlighted it. So this is the applicant's map of the historically irrigated area. This is, the number here is 8.323. The areas that have been excluded are the BARDA Homestead area, the ditch that Mitch has shown in orange, and this little triangle down here. This is the road when we were out there and we walked across to get to common parcel 2 and down to the river. That's this little area down at the end there.
And what was that, what's that number?
8.323.
That's the remaining area there. Historic irrigated area. Yeah.
And then we can throw that back up if we need, and then just to go through the series of, so, looks so great, but, so this then shows the envelope, activity envelope here, access envelope, activity envelope, and access envelope. This is all a landscape envelope, as well as this. Those what's being called the disturbance and landscape envelope on the 2 lots is not counted towards the total acreage that's being disturbed. It counts towards what is being preserved. I'm sorry, I don't have those numbers right in front of me of what the total is of that. I think it's just slightly under 2 acres. Is that correct? Based on these envelopes, the activity envelopes and the access envelopes?
Have that right
I think
there.
it was like
1.946.
Okay, there you go. That's that number I'm looking for.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, it's like slightly under 2. So
And that's what we're taking out to determine what's left to see if it equals
right,
the
and
percentage.
95% recorded. And what I was saying in terms of the ditch area, as you can see here, the activity envelope is drawn here. This is the ditch running behind it. So the ditch area that was taken out to determine the historically irrigated area on that prior map is now included in the area that they are preserving. So they're putting that towards their 95% requirement. So that was the inconsistency that I'd sort of said, we need to maybe look at make sure that we're being consistent in terms of what we're taking out to determine the historically irrigated acreage, and then what we're counting towards that 95%. So,
Great.
Yes, Rachel.
As I say, as Mitch wants to go into that, I can put that stuff up.
I had another commitment at the last meeting, but I read through the minutes of the meeting and things like that. But let me ask you, Suzanne, how much would it change the numbers if the ditch area was included in the historically irrigated zone?
I didn't have those numbers. Are you prepared to
I can answer that pretty
address that? Okay.
Well, we'll let Mitch make his presentation, he can answer that question.
We didn't have the breakdown of what's ditch versus Sparta Homestead, versus the pieces, so I think Mitch can break that down.
Are there any questions for Suzanne at this point? So, Mitch, are you prepared for a presentation?
Yes.
Could you just introduce yourself and your associate?
Absolutely, yes. I'm Mitch Haas, with Scott Russell. We've also have Jonathan Levsky here, just based on the requests of the last couple hearings. So I thought I would start with, just because we figure we don't need Jonathan to stay here throughout the whole hearing unless something comes up that I'm not aware of, but last time I thought we'd kind of come to resolution on the whole high water line issue with John Ely's help in explaining the definition and how it works, that there's two ways to calculate under the definition. It's an or statement. An applicant gets to choose which one of the two. It's understood, I think, on all accounts that the two will likely have different results in the same locations. But since we don't have information on where the 10-year event would be mapped on this property or anything around us, we were able to use the first choice, which is delineating the line of where aquatic and terrestrial vegetation meet. I thought we'd gotten to that resolution, but I didn't want to ignore a request to bring Jonathan in here to explain what he had done in his mapping. So I'm happy to just turn it over to Jonathan to cover that part of it before going through all these other.
Well, let me ask the board, do we wish to have Jonathan make a presentation on his methodology and how he arrived at his conclusion? Yes, Jack?
Yes, I'd appreciate that. It can be brief because not only do we go through a process and get educated about an application, but there's, for me, I'll say, an education piece here and the definition of aquatic versus terrestrial and types of plants. And so I'd like a brief bit of feedback on that, because I was on site and to me, it looked awful aquatic to me, since the water was way beyond what I perceive and understand as the GPS markings delineating the difference. So a little feedback, please.
So we'll ask Jonathan to present what his methods were for arriving at his conclusion of where the riparian area ended and the terrestrial area began. So Jonathan, if you could put on your professor hat and just a small education.
So many of you are aware of riparian issues. That's been one of the county commissioner's goals over the past 15 years or so, is to endeavor to protect riparian areas, and you guys have heard a lot of information about them. And the truth of the matter is, when it comes to riparian delineations, wetland delineations, ordinary high water mark delineations, and I use that term versus the identifiable high water mark as it's described in the land use code, because that is the legal term under the Federal Clean Water Act. Doing these types of delineations is a little bit of an art. Even though those people that do wetlands delineations, high water mark delineations, riparian delineations, you'll get 10 delineators out there, and you will get 10 similar but slightly different lines every single time. In fact, I've seen Mark Gilfillan, who some of you may know, he used to be the Corps of Engineers representative for this area. We talked about the fact that he's often gone out, done delineations, a few years later done delineation of the same property, and it's been a little bit different. The land use code does not explicitly state any method to use for delineating high water marks in the county. And so because of that, what I have done back when I worked for the county and since I've been in the private sector is to use the Army Corps of Engineers guidelines for the ordinary high water mark. They have explicitly stated definitions and methods to use, as well as a set of criteria. And I've been using those for 14 years now, and my delineations have been accepted by both, Pickens County, as well as other West Slope counties, and the Army Corps of Engineers on numerous occasions. And so as Mitch just pointed out, and John Ely made clear, I guess, at your last meeting, is the county's definition of high water mark is essentially an either-or statement. It's not an and statement. So you can either use the high water line of the stream discharge with an average recurrence interval of 10 years, or to look at a various number of hydrological and physical features that are observed in the field, some of which are more geological, some others are more based on the vegetation, to discern where that line is. And that's the methodology I used, and I tried in my report to make it pretty clear how I did it and what criteria I found out there to do that. One thing that you should be aware of, and I think you probably saw when you're on site, is there are a number of, let's call them features on that property, on that lower bench, adjacent to the river, that Bob Morrow, the previous owner, had dug out. He had played with that area for years and years with big yellow equipment, and there's a couple of channels, there's a couple little potholes, and that has significantly changed the hydrology of that area. And the land use code explicitly states that man-made features are not to be considered. They are exempt from any types of setbacks or when you're doing a delineation. So one of the things that I've observed out there is when the water in the river comes up, there's, if you can remember, on the upstream end of it, there's a bit of a channel, and rather than, sometimes the water will come up and over the bank, but in some places that bank is pretty steep, rather it flows around. And it is difficult in the field to determine the deposition, the litter deposits, the aquatic vegetation or grasses that float up and are deposited on branches, which are some of the things, the indicators you use, whether those are due to the water coming up and over the bank or rather coming around the bank. So that's why I used the definition in your land use code, the first one, based on the transition from aquatic to terrestrial vegetation. And my report's pretty detailed about how I did that, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So, board, are there questions for John? Yes, Jack.
So, apparently, okay, better, more articulate, I infer by what you did is there's a transition from aquatic to terrestrial plant communities, and that's where, what those GPS dots mean?
Yeah, and those were surveyed in, and
then someone after you came and surveyed.
Right. Well, I used a 1 foot accurate survey grade GPS to put those in. And again, when it comes to that transition between aquatic to terrestrial, which is the definition of riparian, it's a gradient, and you're looking for when the predominance of the vegetation shifts from more hydric species, water, or hydrophytic rather, water-loving plants, to a predominance of species that are uplands. And so again, for this type of work, as opposed to wetland delineations, it's again a little bit of an art. Even in the Corps of Engineers manual, there's no specific numbers, percentage representation, anything like that to state where to draw that line. So you're essentially using your best judgment or experience to decide where that line is. And as I said before, my delineations have been accepted by Aiken County as well as the Corps of Engineers in the past on numerous occasions.
Let me ask a question, Jonathan. There are a number of cottonwoods down there, and they reach all the way back to the steep slopes. They're not considered a hydrophytic plant?
Cottonwoods are considered to be one of those sort of troublesome species because they often occur in uplands at the toe of a slope where you have groundwater that starts seeping out. That has nothing to do with riparian areas. And they occur along ditches, just anywhere where you get that groundwater. And again, that's another one of the issues when you're doing this kind of work, is trying to determine whether the presence of that vegetation is there as a result of the river and the water directly associated with the river, or whether it's associated with, because once you start walking back from the river on this property, you get into some of those man-made features, and there are wetlands at the bottom of those, at the bottom of those man-made features. So you can't count that for the purposes of a high watermark delineation. So, I'm sure you're well aware, Michael, that all our ditches in this valley are lined by cottonwoods. In the middle of irrigated hayfields, if you leave them dormant for a while, you'll start getting willows and cottonwoods growing. And they do occur in riparian areas, but they do not require that riparian association or a stream, river, lake.
So none of your hydrophytic plants that are close to the bank occur anywhere else other than on the banks of a river?
No, they do. Most of our aquatic or riparian vegetation and hydrophytic vegetation occur along streams, rivers, lakes, which it means riparian, as well as wetlands. A lot of them grow in wet meadows, and so that's not the criteria that you use. Again, you have to look at as you walk back from the beginning of the vegetation, because you have a gravelly bank and then the vegetation starts, you look at the shift in composition from species, and hydrophytic vegetation is explicitly stated by the EPA and the Corps of Engineers. There are a list of those species. And so as you look back, as you walk back from it, as that vegetation becomes more upland in nature, and there are even upland species like junipers that help you categorize riparian areas, because a juniper that grows in a more robust form, and these are, I'm quoting code here, are indicative of riparian areas rather than a more stunted form, which is more indicative of an upland area. So you have to use your knowledge, your experience on the site, and it's subjective, to be perfectly honest.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Rob.
Jonathan, it seems to me that Section 4 of your report is kind of the key element of how you put the flag where it needs to be to say that a transition has happened. And we've got 32 flags that mark out this area. That's on our diagram here is these little red dots. I think there are numbers in there, but you can't really see them. Each one of those flags has except for 19 to 32, which have 3 criteria that made that judgment. Each one has over 5 or 6 criteria to make that judgment. Now, you've listed 1 through 15 in terms of the criteria. Some of these things I don't fully understand, so maybe you can go through 1 through 15 and just give a quick sentence on what you're looking for when you make a call that there's been a change as you're placing that flag. Because I think that's the key element to why you place these flags where they are.
Right, and that's a good point.
And it's not just one element, it's multiple elements.
And I also want to point out that if you have a copy of my report, I've got photos of each of the places, and so it's not based solely on vegetation. Things like and again, this is from the Corps of Engineers, natural line impressed on the bank, that's sort of self-explanatory, changes in the character of the soil. So as you get from that, the bed of the river in this reach is gravel and rock and cobble. So as you move up, I have some photos where it's abrupt and it shifts from that gravel to organic, non-hydric soils. So in other words, soils that are not underneath the water for a significant amount of time each year. So it's thoroughly oxidized. In other words, the air hits it, and so again, that's for us in the field. That's a relatively clear sign. The presence of litter and debris. So the deposition on an annual basis that builds up over time of the river coming up and over the bank and depositing those materials. Vegetation matted down, bent or absent. You've seen that, whether it's grasses or sedges, that are flattened by the river. And if that happens year after year after year, the vegetation starts growing in that manner. Sediment sorting, where, again, you've got water enough of the year that just like when you were a little kid and you have the sediment in the little sifter, you would sort out the bigger stuff, separates from the smaller stuff, etc. Scour, self-explanatory, and some of my photos you can see in there of the steep banks. You can see where the river's been scouring against that bank. Multiple observed flow events. Because I did this before high water, that was not a criteria I used. I could not observe the flow events. Water staining on branches, on the bark of willows, cottonwoods, whatever trees grow down there. And again, that doesn't happen from one event. It happens from repeated inundation. Shelving, which is where the river scours out underneath, and you have, if you can imagine, the bank is concave like that, so you have a shelf sticking out so you can see exactly where that water's scouring out every year. Destruction of terrestrial vegetation, that's pretty clear. Racking, that is, again, involves deposition of materials on the bank. Leaf litter, disturbed or washed away. So the stuff that is built up over the fall and the winter has been washed away, and you have clean, bare soils. And contrary to that deposition of materials carried by the river, the bed and banks, you can see how the river has formed sort of new channels and new beds up on what was upland for most of the year. And then, to go back to what Michael and I were discussing, a change in that plant community.
Does that answer your question? Any further questions? Yes, Jack.
Yeah, one of the applicant's representatives, and maybe Jonathan, at least certainly to start out with, what does this white line mean here?
Well, that's the property boundary for common parcel 2.
Okay, so that is in total common parcel 2. Okay. And so in the calculation, property originally has 10 acres. That includes the property to probably midpoint of the Roaring Fork River.
In the gross area, correct.
Yeah, in gross area. Yeah. And so when, Jonathan, you did your calculations, you're calculating the area in total from midpoint to where this, we'll call it a vegetation line is. That's what the 1.477 acres mean?
I didn't actually make any calculations.
Yeah, John just plotted the line. The surveyor then figured everything between that line and the property line that's in the river.
Yeah, and so that represents 1.477 acres.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it.
Any further questions for Jonathan? Thank you, Jonathan. Mitch, what part shall we go on to next?
I was going to go, I'll just tell you the order I was going to go in, just because I think it's, for me, simplest to most difficult. I was going to start with the recreational facilities on Common Parcel 2, then the dog restrictions, then the irrigated land and irrigated land preservation, and then let Scott address the floor area questions for Lot 7.
Okay, that sounds great.
All right. So, with regard to, this is probably a good map to keep.
Ma'am, we're going to have public comment.
I understand that, but if Jonathan's leaving, I have a question for him.
Well,
How do we take care of that?
this is not really, this is a public hearing. You've heard Jonathan's comments. So rather than a question form for Jonathan, you can make a comment addressing Jonathan's comments at the time that we open the public hearing.
Thank you.
Mitch?
Okay. So this happens to be a map of Common Parcel 2 that we have up right now. The existing, what we call recreational development envelope, is essentially the big flat piece of land up in the top left corner where the road.
You have a pointer, Mitch?
Can I borrow Jack?
The first button on the end.
And then this way. Okay. So there we go. So this area up here is now the platted recreational development envelope. There are currently no restrictions on size, although you can only build so much and comply with setback requirements, setbacks off of these two property lines. But it is limited in terms of the type of structures that can possibly be built in there, are pretty well restricted at this point in terms of what's defined as a recreational building. So what we've been talking about is the potential of shifting this envelope, eliminating it, if you will, and moving that potential development down to really right around, I think it's right about here. So this road, as you see, continues down here. You lose it through the trees, but it keeps going past to somewhere right around here, and then also down in here. So we believe there's a spot right up in here that will be less than 30% slope, will be out of the 100-year floodplain, will be more than 100 feet from this high water line delineation, and will accommodate that development here. However, as we said at the last meeting, we haven't completed all the necessary studies. We haven't hired Jonathan to study this area for us and let us know if we're avoiding riparian habitat impacts and that sort of thing. But we think if we can come to that conclusion, this is a better location for everybody in that you don't see it from the bike path, and the neighbors won't see it or have any sort of buildings going on really right next door. So what we proposed at the last meeting was setting, for now at least, a floor area cap on what could be built, and we'd suggested 750 square feet, and that it would be moved down here. So where we've come to now is really not much different, other than to say, once we've studied all the other applicable county regulations, slopes, floodplain, setbacks, etc., and determined that this is a workable site, we think at that point would be a better place to go further in deciding whether 750 square feet is more than can be accommodated there, less than, So we'd like to just put that part off till we come in with a detailed final application that includes all those studies and an actual proposal for it. But we're happy to state on the record that we will study this and will put together a proposal for it based on the results of the study. And if everything's feasible, we would also prefer to move down off of this bench and get it out of view. So I think that's all I was going to say about that particular issue for now.
Yes, Rachel.
Thank you, Michael. I think this is maybe for you and Suzanne, but on the recreational amenity, plumbing would not be allowed? It would not be a common facility. We're not going to have to look at septic tank systems or bringing water lines down to it. I'm just trying to understand what recreational amenity means. Would it be able to have a full kitchen? That's why I'm thinking of plumbing amenities.
I think basically what we have now is not defined, down to any sort of detail like that. So I think if that's, those are the types of restrictions you would like to have on it, then, we would want to include that
Do we
as part of this
have
discussion.
recreational
Or
amenity
the-
defined in the code at all?
No, and I could probably find the language from the prior approval, but, you got it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The current restriction, it's really number two.
Yeah, common recreational facilities and storage sheds, landscaping and such other recreational amenities as may be approved by ComDev. So it really does not limit, it doesn't give us much definition at all here, and I wouldn't say the land use code would give us any further definition, so I think that's...
So it would be a discretionary item by ComDev?
That's the way the language was written in the prior approval. And I think what you've discussed is that, again, further limiting this by adding a square footage limitation, other limitations you might want to have included, I think, that they would be appropriate to discuss now, or certainly when they come back with a proposal. But it would be helpful probably to give direction now to them on limitations.
We would certainly consider that in looking at this area and deciding if there's a viable area to accommodate development of this recreational facility. And then if that area is viable to accommodate septic if needed, or piping or that sort of thing, would also be part of that consideration, I would think. I don't think we have a tremendous amount of area to work with over there. But so my thinking is, I don't want to jump the gun now. I think it's better to study the area, figure out what we're talking about, and then figure out what makes sense or doesn't make sense in that spot.
I can understand that on the one hand, Mitch, but also, I live in 740 square feet, and it's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, kitchen, living room combo. But it strikes me that, it really could become different than maybe what we talked about when we were on site. We talked about fly fishing rods, maybe storing kayaks there, someplace to get out of the rain if people are down there for a rain. Those things I can understand, and I could see even people wanting a picnic and maybe having some water containers that you'd fill up periodically in case you want to wash your hands or clean off. But I don't want to see it become a shower facility, prepared kitchen outing place where people are having fundraisers, and so there's that element, and so I think we need to drill down on that a little bit.
Okay, and all I'm suggesting is we do all of that drilling down when we come in with a detailed final application that shows what's really workable down there in the first place.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it. I want to see how the rest of the board feels about whether they want to put some definitions or some guidelines around that.
Sure. Yeah, 'cause I was just saying.
Yeah, just a second. So Rachel's suggesting more definition at this time, and I think that's. I'm a little uncomfortable with leaving it open. I understand, and I appreciate the studies and the feasibility, what we can do there. But I think at this point we need to define it to some degree, so we don't end up with a surprise. Scott?
Yeah, I would just like to address it a little bit. I think we are envisioning similar structures down there and uses. We're not envisioning a bedroom, we're not envisioning a kitchen. If we go down below, any kind of sanitation would be green, a septic, I just don't see that being feasible. There are no water lines on the properties, and we don't have a well permit. So right now, water is not even something we have. So I think we're thinking the same thing. How you would recommend defining it for this resolution, I'm open to, because I think we're not trying to push the envelope too far here. We're just trying to make it an adequate recreational facility.
The only other thing I'd add is, we know we're not planning on doing anything down there before we come back with a detailed final application for this subdivision proposal. So, to the extent we need to commit to that as a condition, that no one come in to try to pull a building permit in that recreational envelope until we've gone through this detailed final review, I think we're fine with that, so that you don't have to kind of make up limits now before we know all the facts. My thought would be, as long as we know nothing's going to happen there in the meantime, better we address it once we know everything.
And I see both sides, and I guess I'm kind of in between. I think we're on the same page. Maybe it is best for us to take a shot at studying that area and proposing what goes on in that structure, as Mitch is saying, but I'm happy to listen and take in everything because I really think we're on the same page with this.
Yeah, and I agree that we probably are on the same page, and as I state often in these meetings, for all we know, nothing will get developed until 5 years and there's a new owner, and then they come in and say, well, look, I've got this recreational amenity, it's wide open, and this is what I propose. And so I'm not talking about getting down to the ninth level of detail, but to perhaps have some box around it, so we have some idea of what we're anticipating, what future boards are anticipating, if it ends up being different people at the table when it's finally built out.
So one thing that occurs to me, though, is that are you foregoing any building on the upper lot, no matter what the circumstances are, on the lower bench?
If we move it to the lower bench, we would forego.
Well, that's the question.
Well, right now, the approvals are for the upper bench. We're not getting approvals for the lower bench. We don't even know if it's feasible yet. So are you asking if we'd like to give up our right to build in the existing approved envelope?
Well, I think one of the feelings of the board was that a more appropriate place for, and certainly in terms of the neighborhood, for a recreational structure would be on the lower bench because of its lower visibility to the neighborhood. Therefore, that seemed like a good idea. If we know, how do we go ahead when you're essentially reserving both rights, an upper bench and a lower bench, given whatever circumstance dictates to you? I mean,
I would combat that with, we are speculating and spending money studying what we're hearing the board wants us to do on our own, not knowing that we'll get it approved. So I view it slightly different than you do, respectfully. We have the right to build something. We don't know exactly what. I wasn't part of the approval with Bob Morrow, but the neighbors were, and Suzanne was, and some of you, I believe, were. And so whatever that definition is, I don't know. But I'm just saying we are going to speculate and spend money to study down below, and if that works, if you wanted me to say we would abandon up above to go down below, I think we could commit to that, yes.
Okay, so, board, how do you feel about that issue? Yes, Rachel.
I prefer the lower bench site. I think it is better for the neighbors and the trail system. It's part of why I'm really even considering the whole rest of the application is I'm kind of saying what are the benefits of this change. Perhaps there is language along the lines that the recreational amenity should only go on the lower bench location unless further review and site planning preclude those opportunities, and so that we're clear that that's the direction it's heading and so we may need to be flexible on the size because the studies may show that 550 square feet works on the lower bench, but 750 doesn't, something like that, so that that's just a thought. I don't know how the rest of the board is.
We can agree with that.
I'm not trying to keep both options.
No, I understand. We're just working towards a defined end here, and because although it's been a terrific fun being with you so often, I think we actually want to move on. So we're trying to get
another application.
We're trying to get some definition here. So, and in terms of that seems to be along the lines that we could live with. Is that right? Yes, Chad?
Yeah, I agree, and I like the way Rachel is approaching it. But I share, at least what I infer, is a real concern about the future of septic or pumped, and then you have to have a pump station and all that. So, it's probably not real. And I would be willing, certainly, to say that you could have an ecologically sensitive, toilet or whatever. I mean, that's really what we're
Compost.
talking about. Yeah, compost, well, because there's such an evolution of that stuff as we have learned in the crystal that I wouldn't want to say it's one type or another, but, you know, a sensitive type structure that will get the job done that doesn't harm the environment. So that I do want to put that qualification in the conditions, because if it's not said here, then down the road, vesting goes away, and an applicant comes in, maybe this owner or somebody else, and they say, and then we're in a position to have to negotiate what we should have done already. So I say do it now on that item.
So we're getting there.
And I like Michael's.
We're looking at the feasibility. If it allows development on the lower bench, you will forego development on the upper bench. We will place it on the lower bench, given that the conditions are right.
Correct.
And we are limiting it to 750 square feet.
Not more than.
Maximum.
Not more than.
Yeah, not more than. And we seem to be saying no septic system servicing that structure. If there's alternative waste disposal systems under the Pickens County Code, then we can proceed with an application for that. Is that?
I think so. I just don't understand the definition of some of these newer systems. Do they fall under septic or not? I don't want to just
I
eliminate
can
septic.
get the proper language from environmental health.
But yes, that is the intention.
And the green waste.
So I'm sure that's defined in their code.
Right, and then in terms of water supply, you've said that there is no water supply there, and so there will be no water supply at that structure.
We will not pull water from an existing well source, no.
Okay.
The question would
Cooler
be-
or something with a
Yeah. But you might have bottles.
They could have water storage on site.
We do have water storage. Now, how do you feel if we applied to the state for a well permit?
Well, how does the board feel about that?
May I?
Yes.
It's becoming all, potentially, well, then we have a kitchen, then we have this, then we have to dispose of water. What does that mean? And that's not a good idea.
The limit on the sanitation system will drive the water.
Well, for composting of some sort, yes, but for disposal of a well and the volumes of water, you almost need a septic system. I mean, this isn't our first rodeo here, and I think that I'm pretty correct about the fact that you would need a formal system to dispose of the waste, the gray water, washing dishes and...
That's what I'm saying, though. It's the septic limitation will limit kitchens and gray water waste. We wouldn't be able to do that even if we had a well. Is what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
so you shouldn't ask for the well.
Well, I'm not asking you guys. I can't speak for the owner on if he wants to do containers or if he would want a well for when he's flushing a toilet. I don't know.
Well,
Again, if you're flushing a toilet, you're talking about septic tank system. And
Well, the green flush, I don't know how to describe that flush.
there's no flush to it. No flush.
So we're precluding a well supply of any sort, from existing or new.
You probably have to bury a water storage tank anyway, just for fire and whatever.
Yeah, but we're gonna.
Well, let's try to define it. So, and so there are not going to be kitchen facilities. There will be some electrical.
There's electric and gas that are available.
Okay. Electrical and gas for grill purposes or establishment of it?
Probably, yeah, I mean, it could be a grill, it could be a heater.
Okay. Are we getting close, board, on what we want this to look like? It looks like we're either, well, we must be getting close, nobody's saying anything. So, so is that sufficient definition for this recreational structure?
And that did include the applicant's representation that there wouldn't be bedrooms down there.
Yeah.
So that's understood.
Yep.
It won't be a dwelling unit.
And that the primary purpose is shelter and recreation. period.
And essentially, it would be up to the applicant to determine when they come back if they're just addressing the envelope in the initial step. They would have to, at some point, do site plan review for whatever this facility is. So either they'll combine those together with the detailed submission, or they could just come in with the envelope and have to come back later, then once they actually design a facility and have, all the details of, what utilities are being extended and where and how. So there are two pieces. It's not just the envelope, it is also site plan review.
There's three pieces because we've just defined really what we'd
Right,
like
so
that
yeah, right, the
structure.
limitations are there, and then it's their decision whether they combine those two steps into one, or...
Do we want a height limitation on the structure, other than the 28 feet to midpoint of the roof span?
Accessory height is 20 feet.
20 feet?
That's probably a more...
Is that sufficient?
Is that midpoint to a ridge?
Yeah, midpoint of the roof, 20 feet.
Is that,
That sounds awful big.
That's 700.
50 square feet.
I don't live in much more than Rachel, and I can imagine the roof line.
Attached to accessory, which is up to 1,000? That height?
We're talking height. This would be an accessory building, which is limited to 20 feet to the midpoint, 25 feet to the ridge.
And accessory buildings are no more than 1,000 feet? What's the definition?
That's not...
They could be anything.
They could
Well, this one
we could
will
have a
be
4,000
750.
square foot accessory building.
so board, we're discussing height, and we've learned that it's 20 feet to the midpoint of the span to the ridge. How does the board feel about that? I'm hearing something that's awfully tall.
The 750 square feet is usually what you use for a two-car garage, correct? And that's how we came up to 5,750 because the average is 750. So if I just think about my garage, which is a two-car garage, it's about 750 square feet, probably less than that, but my roof line is probably 12 feet, 14 feet. And that seems to be plenty adequate for the purposes that are being expressed here.
I think you're about right, George. I'm trying to think if you had a 10-foot high wall and then a pitched roof so that there would be, snow shedding and things like that in the winter. I don't know where exactly that gets you, 16, 18 feet maybe. I'm thinking 14 might be a little squat, and that may or may not shed the snow necessarily.
Can I propose a one-story structure and let us take a shot? Because I think we're going to have to design the building and work backwards through whether the site works with Jonathan. So I think, to Suzanne's point, we're going to have to define the building pretty quickly. We're not going to come get an envelope approved without studying whether a building works. So I can't, in my head, envision whether it's 14 feet, 16 feet, but I'd propose a one-story. We're not trying to get huge mass here. And maybe we come back at detailed and present that.
So one story is 8 feet or
In the
more?
code, well, I think we...
Basically, the
Code doesn't define one story. One story
I
could
mean,
be...
the thing I think helps here is, if we're talking about, which we are, right around here, it's at the toe of this slope that rises, it's got to be well more than 20 to 30 feet before you get up to the trail height. So it's going to sit below that hill.
I'm more concerned from the view from the river, other fisher people, and the view from the other side of the road than I am above, because you're right about that.
So let's say we can't arrive at a figure, but the sense of the board is that to minimize the bulk of the structure, you would go below the 20-foot, if possible.
20 foot, top of ridge, 20 feet to the highest point. Okay. Yeah, just to be
Try
clear.
to do less than that, given the constraints that you find on.
That's pretty tall.
That's general,
Very
but
tall.
it gives a direction of the board. Okay.
I'd be more comfortable with 18 feet.
Yeah, but as, I think, to
Below
be
18.
fair, if 19 feet sheds snow better than 18 feet, because it will accumulate snow down there. So,
That's also already more than 612, but
Okay,
anyway.
there we go.
so, and one story is going to be defined between 8 and 10 feet. Is that
Well, I mean, our code does not define one story. I mean, I think we can say one story plus the height limit you've put on it, and then they propose something that
no staircase.
you'll like or you won't.
Okay. So is that sufficient for the board? I think it is. So, Mitch, what's the next issue?
Next was the dog restrictions, but I don't think I have a whole lot to say other than I think it's already covered in the recommended conditions at 6E and G, and we're okay with that, those conditions of approval.
Board? That's subject to voice control and kenneling?
So standard condition is dogs shall be kenneled within 50 feet of a residential building or leashed under human supervision at all times, except for dogs working as part of an ag operation when at work. Contractors shall be prohibited from bringing their dogs on site. I guess I did that twice, so I can eliminate one of these.
Contractors definitely can't bring.
Yeah, contractors can never bring their dogs, and owners can have dogs, but they must be kenneled or leashed.
Is that sufficient for the board?
Yes.
Okay.
With the exception of the ag dog, and
Yes.
it explains it. So.
Yes. Next issue, Mitch?
Okay, now we're moving into what I call the more substantive discussions. With regard to the irrigated lands, let's see. Switch back to the other, I don't know, this one's probably as good as I need to start with. So, we presented during the January 11th and January 25th hearings that the applicants revised the originally proposed envelopes on the parcel to encompass significantly less area than originally proposed. Our calculation showed a total of 8.32 acres of historically irrigated area used for food and crop production. Those being, let's see, everything below this dark line out here. So basically this whole area in here being the 8.32 acres. This area in the orange is the ditch and lateral alignments right now. And this area is the access easement and cottonwood trees over here, so not part of the agricultural operation. And then, of course, the homestead. These 8.32 acres, if we're preserving 95%, that being the requirement, that works out to a requirement to preserve 7.9 acres precluded from future development. What we discussed was there's a couple clear precedents in the county that have to be understood to realize where this all goes and why it makes sense. The first one is that the county allows replacement acreage to satisfy the 95% requirement. In other words, you don't have to preserve 95% of the exact same land that has historically been irrigated. You can replace that with other lands. And that is essentially what we've been proposing by including this ditch alignment back in to the agricultural easement of the Roaring Fork Meadows afterwards. It would be added into the agricultural easement, and therefore it would be replacement acreage. The other part is that landscape envelopes and disturbance envelopes still count towards the preservation requirement. So these two precedents add up to acknowledgement that it doesn't need to be the same land that was historically irrigated, nor is continued irrigation for food and crop production required of the preserved land. If you can include a landscape envelope, then clearly it doesn't have to be area that's going to continue to be food and crop production area. What we've proposed is to consume, when we were here last, we had envelopes drawn. They were kind of conceptual, but we'll get those fine-tuned. We propose to consume an aggregate total of 1.95 acres in the two activity envelopes and the two access envelopes combined. That meant the remaining 8.05 acres of the parcel would be added to the Roaring Fork Meadows agricultural easement area. Now that's important because the agricultural easement area is already limited in the PUD agreement, as would be amended to include these areas, such that those uses associated with continued agricultural or ranching uses or activities, such as but not necessarily limited to irrigation systems and facilities, raising cattle or horses, haying operations, and similar agricultural or ranching activities are the only things allowed on those lands. So in other words, by adding it back to the agricultural easement, we're not just preserving 95% and not just meeting the requirement with no requirement going forward that it continue to be agricultural land. We are committing all of the land outside of our envelopes to, in the future, being limited such that they're only available for agricultural uses. So what we've detailed here is 7.9 acres represents 95% preservation, 95% of the historically irrigated acreage on the BARDA parcel. We'd be not only complying with the requirement by preserving 95% of the acreage by limiting our envelopes to 1.95 acres, but we'd also be further committing to having all of that remaining land be used for agricultural purposes in the future. It's a big distinction. At least in my mind it is. And so what I'm saying is we're not only meeting the minimum requirement, but we're going significantly beyond that by saying that we're not just doing it and meeting the acreage, but we're actually going to commit that land to agricultural use. So that's where our proposal, whether you included the ditch or didn't include it, we feel like it didn't matter. Right now, it's not historically irrigated. It's the area between a ditch and a lateral. And everything above it, So, no, it hasn't historically been irrigated. Will that area in the future be irrigated? Probably not in the sense of producing food and crops, but it will be part of an agricultural easement area, so it will not be used for anything inconsistent with agricultural purposes. So that's why we felt it makes sense to not include it on the front end, but include it on the back end. At the end of the day, what we're getting here is 1.95 acres in an envelope out of 10. So we have 8.05 acres preserved. That is on a 10-acre parcel, easy math, 80.5% of the property. And significantly, while meeting the 95% of the historically irrigated, significantly exceeding it actually a little bit. So that's where we left it off. We didn't feel like we should go through the whole exercise now of take out what the ditch area is. That area in orange is 0.442 acre. Take that out of the front end calculation, take it out of the back end calculation, and what results. We think we've already exceeded what's required in the code.
So, okay, that's your issue. Is that correct? You're finished with that?
That's it for the irrigated lands, yeah.
Okay. Board, are there any questions on the irrigated land? Yes, Rachel.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for explaining that, Mitch. I can kind of understand your logic there, that if it was not irrigated before, it doesn't count towards that total, and so therefore I can understand that. As I've mentioned before, I had to be at another meeting during our last meeting, and I had asked meeting prior to that, that if you had to reduce the building envelope size in order to hit the acreage requirement for irrigated acreage, that you try to move it up and away from the neighbors. And I realize this isn't the map, but can you tell me, did that happen, and how much was that reduction in that place?
Yeah, this map did that. I mean, we're going to fine-tune this map because it was done, we're trying to get in time for the last hearing, but this is the general idea. So it did move up and away further from the lots to the south. And what we've done is also provide better area for buffering whatever is developed in the envelope. So to allow better landscaping to occur to screen from the trail and from the properties to the south.
Thank you for that.
Board, any other questions? Yes, Rob?
Yeah, for me, the trouble with what was discussed previously was the historically agriculture, the historically irrigated land is one definition, and you merely have to preserve that land, the percentage afterwards. So it's not really talking about what's being irrigated afterwards. I think that's the discussion we had, Suzanne, and I tried to ask how those are defined, which they aren't really defined other than they're preserved, meaning they're not being used, but it sounds to me like you're taking one step further by putting them into these agricultural easement areas and having more restrictions on them than just preserving them. So the 95% isn't just being preserved, it's being included into this agricultural easement area.
That's correct, and I think is a big distinction, because otherwise you're just setting aside land, but it could turn brown, it could be, who knows what, it doesn't have to actually be for the purposes you were hoping to get. The other thing to point out is this isn't the only land preservation tool in the code. You go through growth management, you've got to avoid wildlife habitats, you've got to avoid sagebrush habitats, you have to stay off 30% slopes, you have to avoid severe wildfire. So typically on a property, you're going to end up with more than 80, closer to 90% of the total property, not just the agricultural piece, total property preserved. So I don't want anyone thinking that saying we meet the 95% of the agricultural preservation, that's all you get. In Pickens County, you get a lot more than that preserved, which is what we've seen on the rest of the Roaring Fork Meadows. That the whole conservation area easement is preserved as well. So it doesn't necessarily figure into that, but I think it's important everybody to recognize that your code does a really good job of requiring a very high percentage of a total property end up being not built on.
Board, are there any other questions on this issue? We're satisfied with this calculation? Okay, we'll move on to the next substantive issue.
I think that moves us to floor area on lot 7, which Scott is prepared to address as proposed.
Yes. Has everyone had a chance to read the letter I submitted to the packet? And I guess my first question is, are there any questions on what I presented in this letter? I would like to talk about it verbally, but I want to make sure if there's any questions, I answer them first.
Yes, Jack?
Yes, so we have your thinking relative to square footage, but a component of that is the housing issue. So you'll address both in your presentation or discussion points?
Okay, because I'm most interested in both. Certainly, I'd like to reiterate what Suzanne brought to us earlier about numbers and et cetera, so I want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Okay, Board, are there any questions? Scott's asked us to address his memo, but we're really addressing just the issue of square footage. Yes, Suzanne?
I was just thinking about George's question earlier, and I think just to clarify, since I'm looking at this, the 3.465 FTEs were prior mitigation for Roaring Fork Meadows for 3 new residences. 2 of their lots were exempt from employee housing mitigation. 3 were required. That is for Roaring Fork Meadows. Your question about changing it from 8250 to 5750, does that affect the mitigation for the lots, the BARDA parcel lots? Lance, I guess maybe help me. Is the fee, they're required to pay the housing impact fee for the BARDA parcel, new code mitigation requirement versus the old code mitigation requirement that applies to Roaring Fork Meadows, if that's making sense. So then does the fee change? Is it a greater fee at 8250 versus 5750? Under current code.
The housing impact fee at 5750, 5750 is exempt, and then it goes up as one is above 5750.
Okay, so that, just to clarify that, so there is So there is it's only the impact fee that applies at 5750. There would be no impact fee for those new lots on the BARDA parcel. For greater than 5750, the fee would apply.
Okay, I think I got it. So if they were to get approval for 8250, for example, on the BARDA parcel, what would their mitigation fee, impact fee be then?
Oh,
Because if it's 5750, there's no impact.
That's correct.
And it's 8250, which was the original proposal.
Yeah, it's a plug in the formula, and but it's going to be.
Joanna there?
Can I give you a general number?
Yeah.
50,000.
Is that what the 65 is?
No, I'll explain that. That's for tearing down.
To clarify that, this lot's already in the growth management limited to 5750, so it can't go past that. This lot, under growth management, has the ability to do 5750 above grade, and potentially, if you wanted to add up to 2,500 square feet below grade. So if you built that, all that 8250, then yeah, there would be an employee housing fee due with that building permit. If you stopped at 5750 here, there's no fee.
Yes, Rachel.
And as I understand it, the request you're making, Scott, is that by going down to 5750 on the original BARDA homestead lot, which would require no affordable housing if it went down to 5750, but to go down to 5750, you'd like to eliminate some of the previous requirement from the 3.46 FTE?
One of the FTEs that, if you remember, this past summer, we came through with an application. It was the 2 units that have been demolished.
Right.
Because they really weren't habitable. And so there is no, that was a Bob Morrow, let me give you what I have on site exchange, since it's here. And so now you have approved that new building site over by Hoagland Ranch. Last meeting, when you weren't here, a lot of the discussion was massing, impacts of just extra development. And so I tried to throw a little logic and reason into my argument and say, okay, well, we don't have that housing there. You know, we would build it at Hoagland Ranch Road, but this past application this summer, I had proposed buying something in basalt, and the board wasn't comfortable with that, so we're building something where I don't believe the owner would need it for employees, and you know, potentially it would rent and this, that, and the other, but I'm saying that, you know, in exchange for removing 2,500 feet that the GMQS process awarded, even though I know the final say and approval is here with you, but I'm trying to respect the GMQS process as awarding that 2,500 feet. We are being requested to remove it, and I'm saying, okay, we will remove it, but I would like to, in exchange for that, have an FTE from Roaring Fork Meadows removed. And my logic behind that is it's $139,000 and change. A TDR in the free market is approximately $140,000 today. That's my reasoning behind that argument. And you also didn't hear one of the board members ask for an argument.
No, I read through the minutes.
And that is my argument to giving up. We're happy to entertain and commit to giving up the 2,500 feet. But that is what we're asking for, is to have FTE removed from the Roaring Fork Meadows requirement.
Well, you know, for me, reading through the minutes and reading through today's packet and having been familiar from the previous series of meetings on this, I have a couple of thoughts. And one is that I do support the idea that if you'd like to put some of that 5750 below grade because of design purposes or whatever, that's fine with me. I do like the 5750 limit. I would support that. I don't believe it all has to be above grade, but I'm not. I'll leave that to your designers. I'm not going to wouldn't want to require that any be below grade. But I really can't walk away from the affordable housing requirement from the previous subdivisions. What I see this discussion and larger, review has been about a new subdivision of 2 lots, to create a second lot to go on here. And when I look at what public benefit is, you have created some public benefit and you're putting it forward for us. But on the other side, to say, well, you're going to take the affordable housing unit away is to take away public benefit. And I I don't think then the public benefit would be enough to want to approve the subdivision. For me, that's just my position. I think you have a site. I think it's an appropriate site. I think a lot of time went into determining that site. And I also think you've spent a lot of time in this process to get to this point for this subdivision that is very close. And I just would hate to see it all go away over the argument of 1 FTE. But I personally, cannot see removing that in exchange for the subdivision.
We're going to have more discussion on this point. Yes, George?
Yeah, I really agree with Rachel. The Roaring Fork Meadows that we went through, I thought we were working with you. We were fairly creative in allowing options to address the employee housing, and that was resolved, and that was passed, and that's one issue. This is a totally separate issue. I don't see a tit for tat for this. And so this would be a deal breaker for me, just so you know.
Thank you. I didn't expect that. Chad?
Yeah, looking at this, I think we've done the applicant and ourselves a real favor by not reopening the can of worms for the Morrill subdivision, what could be a can of worms, and I believe we have the right to do that because we're combining all this now, and you even state so in your letter. So, separate issues, and just to reiterate here, and I will quote, the applicant recognizes that BOCC has determined that submitting this application allows any and all previously approved items on the Roaring Fork Meadows PUD to be revisited in terms of approving this application. And we haven't entered into any discussion about that. I have no desire to enter into a discussion, but I also agree with what I've just heard with Rachel and George, that let's not talk about that other application. So the mitigation is important, stand alone for that subdivision, and let's gracefully say no to that.
We're going to continue our response to you, Scott, and I'll let you respond. Yes, Rob?
I'm going to ask a new commissioner's question here regarding the GMQS process. And I guess what I'm struggling with, I'm in general agreement with what's been said, but I guess what I'm struggling with here is, we've got this, and this is probably a question for Suzanne, we've got this process in place which allows a growth management level for a piece of property. They've gone through this process. It's been determined that through this process that 8250 is what has been awarded for this site based on that process. How does the code read in terms of our discretion to disregard that?
The allotment has not been awarded yet.
Okay.
That is within your authority. So they had requested 8250, competed successfully, met threshold at the level of 8250, but the final step is the board actually granting the allotment.
Okay, so it's in the end, it's our discretion if we, like the process that they went through or not, and review whether or not we feel it's appropriate in this space, in this.
I think given, it's part of the broader, if they had if this was a pre-existing lot, BARDA, they came in, competed for additional floor area, got that allotment, I don't think would be much discretion there. I think what we've discussed here is, given that we're bringing this into the other application, the plat, amending the plat, there are other pieces that all are coming together here. I don't know.
Yeah, and I guess in my mind, and I'm just thinking out loud here in terms of how that struggles with me, because I look at each one of the elements of this application and say, do they meet the requirement sufficiently in the code as I interpret it? And the answer in my mind has been, yes, they've done the dog thing, they've done the the recreational building, the 95%, I struggled over that one, but the way I interpret the language, I would say that they've met that requirement. So it's not like they haven't met a requirement and we've said, well, if you come down to 5750, we'll waive that other requirement. They've met everything else. There is significant benefit. I guess that's an interpretation, like has there been enough significant benefit for this subdivision, this overlying PDU. So that's why I kind of felt somewhere between the 5750 and the larger number, and saying, it'd be great if the applicant reduced that, but they did score that through GMQS. And we're not, per se, horse trading anything else for it because we've gone through the other elements of the application and felt that they've met those at a satisfactory level. Doesn't look like, I don't know what that number is, and it doesn't really look like it matters in the sense that, we've got 3 people right now that are pretty clear that they're saying they don't want to. I'm not sure that I would have done it in terms of a trade for let's say my number was 6,000 or 7,000. Then you're saying that the trade is from the 6,000 to the 5,750, and I'm not sure that's a full FTE. So that's kind of where I stand in the sense that I'm not sure that that's the full fair trade for that, and I'm not sure we should be mixing apples and oranges with the Meadows application and this BARDA parcel application, but I feel a number between, and the bottom line is you're probably going to end up with the same mass anyway because it's all going to be above grade and as opposed to some below grade. So, what's the community gaining? Not having a larger house? How does that hurt our community?
Well, I think, Rob, you need to address the question to us. I mean...
No, I know. I'm brainstorming out loud, hopefully that there'll be greater discussion to help. Well, I'm explaining to the applicant how I feel, and you're right. I am explaining to everybody how I feel. In terms of, so any response from the board, and I believe we're back at the board's discussion time period right now. I hope you have an understanding. If not, where I stand. And if not, I'll clarify it more. But if anybody would like to, I'm going to use this word because I think it's appropriate, educate me on the process. I've only been here for, this has been one of the biggest applications coming through in the last year that I've been here. And yes, I am still learning. So,
well, let me just, I think this issue came up, the reduction of the 2,500 square feet. George really brought it up and was a proponent of it, mainly because he felt that a larger scale house, subgrade or above grade, was not consistent with the neighborhood. And so it made some sense to have that 5,750 or less. I mean, I suggested less, to be consistent with the neighborhood. Now, the difficulty is because we've been back and forth here, this is a very complex application because it's integrally tied to the Roaring Fork Meadows application. This wouldn't happen otherwise. So I think that's probably why Scott brought up the suggestion of the FTE lake, because it's really, in the final analysis, it's one large subdivision, although this is an adjunct to it. So that's where we're at, and in terms of horse trading, this is a PUD, and the discretion in a PUD is pretty large. So, Yes, Rachel.
Yeah, I would also try to respond to your questions as I see it. And Michael's made a number of those points, but if you look at the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision, those are all 5750 sizes, and the homes in they're 8250.
2,500
Okay.
bucks upgrade.
I'm sorry, I apologize. The one.
Yes, John, do you want to interject something?
Just something really quick. The way the code is constructed on the impact fee for affordable housing, there's no discretion to trade it. It's established, and it's due at the time of issuance of a building permit. That's it.
You should have said that like...
Well, there's the impact.
Rachel beat me to the punch, and it started spinning.
And then there's the old mitigation under the old code. They're talking about a reduction in their...
Can't do it.
So the advice of our attorney is, just to make this discussion a little briefer, is that we cannot undo the impact of housing impact at all. Is that correct, John?
Unless, I asked Lance if he thought there was something else, or what the authority was.
FTE, and the code says for so many FTEs, you provide so much housing.
So I think we can leave the discussion there, and I'm not exactly sure where to move it now, because of course that puts you in a different position entirely.
It does. I mean, if I could just clarify for myself, after sitting through all these meetings, I'm hearing that we're trying to not horse trade, and we're trying to separate Roaring Fork Meadows. I think both George and Jack said that, and I think Rachel indicated. And I just was following the lead. And I felt like this had become, with River Parcel, with where that fishing cabin goes, I felt like the BOCC broke through and said this will become a revisit and a horse trade of the entire PUD. And so I guess I just want to be clear. I didn't want to be the first one to horse trade.
Okay, yes, Rachel.
Okay, just to finish my comments, and I appreciate the additional enlightenment that's been thrown onto it, but I see it, and for both of you guys, is subdivision is a discretionary act, and you're asking for something new. You know, you're asking for something different, and they are associated. They've become associated. So that's really it. I mean, it's a discretionary act, and if you want the one home to be 8250, don't subdivide. Then you have your 8250. You know, if you want two lots,
let's I mean that's a harsh interpretation of their direction, but we understand. We understand.
If you want to say something else, then
let me run the meeting, Scott. Okay, I'll decide who's going to talk next. Just for the hell of it. Okay. So we're at a point where we're not going to trade FTEs for square footage or something. So at that point, you might want to discuss that issue, because I think we like the other half of the proposal, which is the reduction of the 2,500 square feet. So there's where we are.
So and I hear it loud and clear. Can someone give me an explanation that I can give to the owner when I take the 2,500 feet off the GMQS, period?
The explanation is that the commissioners are reluctant to approve larger scale houses, given the proximity, particularly to smaller houses. So
then, what about refinement of GMQS? Something that leads us to that, since that's your direction, because the GMQS counters what you're doing right now.
Well, you have to understand that although you went through the process, we still have to approve that process, and that's where I mean, you don't have it, and in effect, you would be giving it up. You don't have it.
Well, I recognize it.
But let's. George, did you want to make a comment?
Mitch knows how this works. It is discretionary. You just tell the owner this is a deal. He accepts it. He doesn't accept it. He does a counter. We can go through this dance again. But
no, I don't want to go through the dance.
I think Rachel did explain it in very clear.
I wanted to make an argument. Rob was looking for one. I wanted to make one for my own conscience. I'm in tune with what's going on. So we will remove the 2,500 square feet from Lot 7. Period.
I would only ask that in doing that, we acknowledge that it will not affect the growth management scoring negatively, and all that's fine. Because actually doing that takes points off of the growth management scoring, but I think if you've chosen to do that separate from the growth management as a overall PUD concern.
Okay, yes, I understand. John?
Yeah, and I think we've got direction here, certainly. As an individual commissioner, I don't do trading and horse trading, etc. It's all about discretion. It's all about the whole piece, comprehensive view. And for me, and as Mitch knows and everyone in this knows, and I'm sure you're aware of, what we're attempting to do here is to make the project the best project possible from a land use perspective and sensitive to environmental concerns, both dogs and location of wreck, and all of that. So no trading. We're improving the product at the end of the day. That's a goal, and then we have to each chew on it, as it were, in our own calculations as to whether we can go the next step, which is grant the approval, and then the GMQS. So no trading for me.
Okay, yes, Richard.
Really briefly, Scott, I think that you just use our land use public hearings titles here. This is a proposal for a subdivision, planned unit development, conceptual submission, activity envelope review, GMQS exemptions, and major plat amendments. Going along with that, there's a planned unit development rezoning. Those are the things that you've asked for us, and that is what has come out of the process.
Okay, Mitch, have we covered all the areas?
I believe we have, yeah. I have nothing left on my list.
Okay. So, and Commissioners, do you have any further questions for the applicant? Yes, Guy?
Yeah, I had mentioned last time, or I had a request, and it wasn't looked at or referred to by either Suzanne or the applicant. Actually, the applicant would have, but Suzanne might have listed, and it was about, and I quote from the minutes, he, Jack, would like them to enhance the efficiency of water use. Did you happen to just take a look at whatever that meant? Because it was a wide open request. What can we do? Because there has been a concern expressed by the neighbors about water levels in wells, and we understand some of the feedback certainly we got, but we're trying to be sensitive to neighbors as well. So, any feedback on that item?
Now, let me ask you a clarifying question. When you say water use, do you mean domestic water use?
Well, overall, remember, they're not going to do flood irrigation. They're going to do more of a timed irrigation. Therefore, you'll have less, groundwater, etc. And that really is what potentially, without getting a geologist and a hydrologist involved, that supplies the water for the Samuelson subdivision below. And so I was just asking if you had any feedback. That's really...
And I can speak to part of that. The Albany ditch, which is up on top of Roaring Fork Meadows, is what feeds our upper ponds, which is really what feeds the irrigation. And with the ditch company and the shares of water in that ditch and how it's tightened and bottlenecked over time, there's down ditch owners that have as senior water rights. And I think what you're saying is, are we going to irrigate to put it back in the ground for Samuelson?
Yeah, well, if you don't flood irrigate, it will be less.
It will be, but it'll be more than the last 5-6 years where there's been zero irrigation, flood or time.
Okay.
But what I'm saying to you is, to draw that water, our water rights, it's getting harder for everyone to draw their water rights out of that ditch because it doesn't have the capacity. So for that ditch water to be a commitment to Samuelson, I think it's an association that's not going to be real. I think the Roaring Fork River is a better groundwater source than Albany ditch water. I don't know if that satisfies you, but that's the reality and practicality.
Well, there's some experience there living there, as well as an understanding of what's historically been happening, and I think it's reasonable to recognize what you just said. Now, there will be irrigation where there's certainly a year-long, multiple-year gap. So what can we do? I did not ask for a study. I started out and then a little feedback from John, and I realized what I was asking, and I backed off totally,
So let me
So
ask.
I'm good on his explanation.
They've made representations that they are going to continue, or in perpetuity, I take it, the agricultural activities on those spaces, which means irrigation, which means, I think, that you will use your water rights to the fullest possible extent for purposes of agriculture and for purposes of preserving your water rights.
You are correct. Just keep in mind that the applicant that had this all approved and committed to that did not irrigate.
Yes, I understand.
Morrow. So we're kind of fighting to get our water rights out of that ditch back because Roaring Fork Club needs it, Holland Hills needs it. So you're correct, but the previous owner did not.
I'm just talking about intent here, and the intent is to
Without a doubt.
have a fully operating agricultural operation on these lands that we've discussed, and also to preserve your water rights. John, did you have your...
I was just wondering if that is, if your intent is to have that as a condition of the approval.
It certainly could be. Would that satisfy you, Jack?
Yes, because that would deal with the issue of recharge and not make it any more complicated, and that's your representation, I think, anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be part of the growth management covenant, is we're going to use the water rights just in a more efficient manner than had been the case last they were used. Now, I think the question before was, will there be less groundwater infiltration and recharge, that sort of thing, as a result of a more efficient practices for irrigation. That's the part I would say we just haven't gone that way in the study, and I think that's where you were noticing that's much more of a bigger study than we should be burdened with. So, yeah, our growth management commitments include tying all the water rights to this property, to using them for agricultural practices in a much and more timed zone control, more efficient means with greater returns back to the Roaring Fork River. All of that's already in there. I think it's covered.
We also bought augmentation water from the Basalt Rural Water District. So we've actually bought water rights since taking over the property.
That was for the wells, for the domestics.
That's a slightly different issue.
The ponds, the service area of the ponds.
Yeah. So, yes, Jack?
Yeah, so I appreciate the question, John, because in various documents and et cetera, that explanation is there. Why not just put it in the condition in a simplified version? That you're going to continue, that you're going to irrigate property and
preserve and use their water rights to the fullest possible extent. Is that okay with the board?
That's good for me.
Okay.
I think it gets to where, without going to studies.
And Mitch, you say there's no further issues that you wish to talk about at this point?
I have no further issues, no.
Okay. So, Lance, did you want to say something?
I did not.
Oh, I saw your...
I'm sorry, I was just...
This is a little bit like an auction. You do know. But there are members of the public who've been waiting patiently. And so at this point, I will open the public comment portion of this hearing. And are there members of the public who wish to comment this time? Yes, ma'am. Would you please give your full name for the record, please?
My name is Jennifer Long. And since we're on the water issue, I'll start with that. I spoke to James Kellogg down at the Colorado Division of Water Resources, and he was, just for your information, telling me that the transition from flood irrigation to time zone irrigation actually doesn't affect groundwater recharge as much as having seepage from the ditch. And the upper ditch, the Albany Kittle ditch, has been lined recently, and I don't know if that was something that the subdivision decided to do, or if that was something the ditch company decided to do.
It wasn't the Albany ditch. Can I speak, Michael?
Well, I don't.
I just want to clarify.
I don't want to get into a question period where our members of the public question you and then you respond.
No, I think Jennifer would appreciate this. It's just
I know
fact.
Jennifer would. I know.
It's a fact. I want to get straight.
Yeah, but she's making some. I'd like her to make her public comment and not get into a period
Anyway,
of question
the
and
ditch has been
answer.
lined. And I don't know if that's, the subdivision or the ditch company. But that, I think, will affect our groundwater more than the change from flood to time zone, because as he explained it to me, when you are flooding, most of it is just running off or evaporating, so you're losing water to evaporation. It's not that more is going into the ground so much, it's more being used, but it's going to evaporation. So I was going to check and see if anybody had any idea whether or not the lower ditch is going to be lined as well, and I'm hoping it won't be for that reason, for groundwater recharge. Then on the crop, irrigated food crop production area, what Mitch was showing up here, I did an exaggerated, simplified example just to get across the point that what is said in the county code about 95% of irrigated food crop land production area being preserved opens up possibilities that are not intended. If that interpretation that we're using here today is what was intended, then the code needs to be rewritten or something. If you had a 10-acre parcel with 4 acres of food crop production land on it, irrigated crop production land, and 6 acres of, say, sagebrush, if you were granted permission for 2 building envelopes, you could make 2 building envelopes of 2 acres each, all consuming your entire food crop production land, and still claim to have preserved 150% of irrigated food crop production land, the other 6 acres. Even though there is no irrigated food crop production land there, you've used it all up. So it's a kind of a very manipulated sort of thing there, and the code would have been better off just saying we want 95% of open space protected instead of irrigated food crop production land, and then allowing anything to be called food crop production land. Because if you are protecting 95% of 10 acres, then you can take out half an acre. If you're saying that I wanted this to be really simple, but if you are taking out 4 acres and claiming to preserve 150%, something is really wrong there. It just doesn't make sense. And I don't think that was what was intended when the code was written the way that it's written. And I would like to hear, actually, John's interpretation at some point of what the code means when it says 95% of historically irrigated food crop production land should be preserved. I don't think it means what this interpretation is giving us here. I did appreciate Rachel's comments and the rest of the board's. I think that if you were going to grant 2 lots here, because you do see some significant benefits being offered, I'm fine with that, but I think there should be smaller lot areas and smaller built activity envelopes and smaller square footages to be sort of the, this is entirely at your discretion. They are being given a gift here of an extra lot, basically. And I think it's not unreasonable to put some strings attached to it, just to say, if you want 2 lots, they both have to be smaller. If you don't want 2 lots, go ahead and build your 8,000 square foot house. That's, you're entitled to that. But you're not entitled to 2 big houses. I'm hoping that you are going to look at this and say, this is all at our discretion. We can reduce the size of this project because they have asked for a doubling of their allowable building envelopes. Let's see. As far as common parcel 2, the recreational envelope there, I think what's existing right now is a recreational envelope. Once you take back the right-of-way from the railroad tracks plus an additional 50 feet of setback from the railroad tracks, there's not a very large building envelope available there. And then, so you're back 100 feet from the bike path, and then there's, I think, only about 20 to 30 feet at our end of that building envelope where, before it starts dropping off down to the river there. So there's not a very large area up there. It might be less than 750 square feet. If by moving down below, they're asking for more square footage, I don't think it would be unreasonable to keep that building smaller than that, to keep it at, I think what was intended in the original PUD approval was, to my recollection, I don't have it here, but it was a gazebo or a shelter, or it was not a massive building. So I was picturing something, a 20-foot diameter gazebo or something maybe, but that's you guys. I think that is pretty much all I had to say. I know you're sick of hearing about the lot area and the high water line and everything. I would just like to point out that, according to Jonathan, is a very subjective process. The least subjective method in the whole list was direct personal observation. And we had that, we lost the flags, but right, there you go. And I would just like you to remember that this is a discretionary process and it is not out of line. You're not trampling on anybody's property rights by asking for concessions in size. And the neighbors would very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Are there any other members of the public? Yes, ma'am.
I just want to pass these out. I mean, you might look at it and wonder what...
Could you introduce yourself, please?
I'm sorry, Joanne Masseri from the Sanderson subdivision. And could you take one there, Jack, and pass that around? It might not make much sense to you, but I'll tell you why I...
Do you have comments that you wish to make at this time?
Yeah. I just wanted to pass that out. And I'll just quickly get to that.
Is there enough? You can have this, I'll get it after the meeting.
No, I thought there was, I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just...
Yeah, we're good. Sorry.
I'll make one
good.
after.
Here. You have one?
Yeah, I'll share.
Thank you. The top sheet, it says, I was looking up water situations for Colorado on the internet, and I found this proposed Colorado River Cooperative Agreement, Path to Secure Water Future. It says, never in the history of Colorado have so many varied interests agreed on shared vision for a secure and sustainable water future. To my surprise, Pitkin County was not on the list for the partners to the proposed agreement. And this was issued on April 28, 2011, and I was very disappointed that Pitkin County wasn't on that. And then the other sheets behind oh, I see here. Okay. Yeah, it's called Scenic News. It talks about how we are losing our groundwater globally. And I've enlarged the one map, which is included there to show on there that western Colorado is in the dark red, which is the driest conditions. And like it says on there, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but people are using groundwater faster than it can be naturally recharged. And I just thought, this is information that you can look at maybe for future uses on that also. And then also, I talked to a hydrologist who grew up in this valley. And one of the first things he said to me when I said the subdivision was being done with all these houses, he said if they all get built, it could cause our well to get pumped dry. That's in the Sanderson subdivision. And because we have priority with our well, we have senior water rights according to the Water Resources in Glenwood, which I talked to just recently. And if our well should go dry, with our seniority here, we could get them to shut down their wells if our well went dry. And, this is a possibility, just for record. And, okay, Jennifer covered that. Okay. One other question I had about the well permit that was issued. Is it a replacement for Darwin's well, and where would it be? And do you have to do anything more before drilling the well for which the last permit you got? And, let's see here. I have where I put it. But anyway, there was a letter that was issued back in 2002 from the Wright Water Engineers to Mitch when he was working for Bob Morrow. And on it, it says, soils in the southeast corner of the property, which is the section down by the river, is in an active floodplain, and there are poorly drained soils with high water table. The hazards of water erosion on the property is listed as moderate to severe. So that's another issue that, you know, needs to be looked at, especially if you're considering to put a building down there for whatever reason. And I'm along with Jennifer, I would imagine that it was just going to be something very small as a shelter. And let's see. Okay, this is another statement that I have to make, that I'm just hoping that all the time that Jennifer and I have spent and the effort we've put out to see what the end result would be, that this has not all been done in vain. And I'm afraid that it might be probably coming out not to my liking. But I also feel that staff has been in favor of this project since the very beginning. And I feel that there really isn't a need for any of these proposed homes. Probably those will be second homes anyway. I mean, they'll probably get built anyway, but I'm just really concerned. And I just feel that we need to slow down our development regardless. I mean, what's going to be here for the future, for our children, our grandchildren? If all this land gets developed, then there's not going to be anything in the future. So, and one other thing here, they're talking about, you know, no irrigation from what Bob Morrow was doing, but Darwin has been irrigating his 10 acres all these years. So there's still been groundwater there, or, you know, replenishing the groundwater. So, I think that's about it.
Thank you. So I'm going to bring it back to the board now.
Michael, if I may, can I address some of the assumptions and facts that were misrepresented?
No. No. We've heard public comment. Public comment can be whatever the people in the public wish to say. It is not a question, it's not a contest of who's more right. And we just need to listen to those comments. And those comments are for the board, primarily. And you've been able to make your comments as an applicant to us. And we've listened to your comments. And we've listened to staff comments. And then we've had discussion, general discussion. So that's that's the structure of this hearing. And that's how we're going to continue. So I'm going to bring it back to the board now, close the public hearing, and ask the board how they'd like to proceed. Yes, Rachel.
Suzanne, I think that you said in your comments on this that the FAR question was not addressed in the final resolution, and we need to make an addition of that to this item.
Yeah, it was just actually on the resolution regarding the subdivision, which is the first one in your packet. No, the ordinance comes first. Sorry, there's the rezoning ordinance. So then the first resolution is condition number 4. Talks about the floor area, and so that would just be revised to say that the floor area on lot 7 is limited to a max of 750, and then eliminate that second part of that sentence about the 2,500 square feet subgrade. So that change would be made there. And then the resolution granting the allotment would also be amended to reflect that now therefore be it resolved by the BOCC that it does hereby allocate 5,750. So it reflects that they requested 8,250, but what is being allocated is 5,750. So I think those two changes.
Okay.
Right, and the Mitch is saying there would also be changes in the first resolution regarding everything related to common parcel 2. I started by there would be a condition added to number 2 that basically they need to, a detailed submission, bring forward the information to address the new envelope if it's feasible. If it's not, if it's feasible, then what their proposal is. I guess a separate condition would address all of the limitations we discussed, the 750 square feet, no kitchen, et cetera, all of those items. So those would be additional conditions.
Okay.
George? One thing I am concerned about, and I listened to those comments very carefully and appreciate all the comments that come in before us, is I really do agree with Jennifer's comment, and it actually is something that Rachel brought up earlier in terms of the size of the recreational facility, or what really is, or should be, or would be just a fishing shack. And I know we said up to 750 square feet, and depending on what that site may or may not allow, but I would agree that is larger than I had originally envisioned in terms of for the potential use of that. And I don't know if we want to look at going up to a smaller amount, like 450, something that would have less impact and less potential of being abused down the road. So I throw that out.
So, Board, we had a discussion about the limitations on this recreational structure, and we settled on 750. George is suggesting that that's too large, and would like to see it smaller. How does the Board feel? Yes.
You know, I would like to see it smaller. I think 450 might be a little small for me, thought-wise, because, you know, it can be more than a fishing shack. It can be, you know, kayak storage or other types of activities, or if a family comes down to picnic, get out of the snow. But are the lights, we want the lights back on, now that we're through with the slides. I can't see it. Restrooms. Okay, now we'll all think much better, I'm sure. But I can see 600 square feet. I think that would be a reasonable size. And the other thing, I'm kind of sitting here thinking, I want them to have enough design flexibility in it to maybe have some of that be a porch or a sitting area, as opposed to all, you know, squared out as a box. And so I think if we go too small, we might get a less attractive structure than. But 600 square feet, I think, is very reasonable. I know, you know, people who live in situations like that.
So, Board, George has suggested a smaller structure. Rachel suggested 600 square feet. How does the rest of the Board feel? Jack?
Well, you know, I have another square footage issue I'll bring up in a moment, but for this one, I thought our direction was, well, let's do some analysis of the site and see what it can hold. So I'm kind of still there, because I think the site's going to determine is 750. Well, hey, I like the idea of smaller. I like the idea of nothing. But, you know, part of the process is this is where we were in that discussion, and we said we'd analyze the site. It really doesn't look, I mean, when I think of 750, or for example, I mean, I have a little bit larger place than you, Rachel, but if you took your footprint there, it's kind of pretty large. So I'm agreeing that it's a pretty large footprint for one story, even with porches. But I'm also thinking, well, an analysis of the site would determine what its capacity would be, and I'm okay, because that's kind of where we were. You know, we landed before. So for that square footage, and really recognizing when you live in a small place what that footprint's going to be, I'm real comfortable letting the site determine up to 750, and I really do like the idea of porches instead of covered and, you know, that kind of stuff. But it counts as square footage.
So, Rob?
I'm in the same agreement. I think it's something that's going to, with Jack, that it's going to be part of the review going down the road. You know, limiting it to 750 right now. You know, I'm happy to put a note in there that it's the sentiments of the board that we'd like to see as small a structure as possible, and, you know, for the needs that you have down there. But I think there's going to be a big review of this down the road.
Okay, so what I hope doesn't happen is that we get commissioners who live in 15,000 square foot houses, because then the judgment's going to be that that's just fine. So,
Maybe we inherited, Michael.
So I think what we need to do is allow the review process to take place given the conditions of the site, which could be floodplain, slopes, sensitive areas, who knows, and then proceed from there. In that the site plan review that they would have to go through, what are the criteria for the size of the unit?
In this case, I mean, it's not, there's no scenic review since this wouldn't be visible from a public road, so they're not having to meet those criteria. So other than that, I mean, I think any direction you give in terms of how you want it to be limited is going to be more helpful. Than the code is not going to direct that so much.
Okay, so I think we have 3 commissioners who are saying let us go through that review process and have it determined at that point what's possible, but no greater than 750. Board? I mean, that's...
I like Rob's comment that the sentiment of the board is the smaller, the better.
Yeah, no. Clearly, there's been no desire to have larger structures down there. And the fact that the desire to have the structure on the lower bench was to make it less visible to the neighborhood entirely. So that's the sentiment that we arrived at. Any other points of discussion here? Yes, Jack.
Yeah, I'm sure you were attempting to be humorous, but you got to realize, Michael, I in no way was saying that what I live in, or maybe, because I understand Rachel's footprint, because I take 2 bathrooms out and I'm there. So I was just saying that even that 750 wasn't accepted. But I think you were trying to be humorous, so we'll let it go. George, last meeting, I think, George, you need to correct me if I'm wrong, clearly asked the question about 3,500 square foot.
I didn't.
I don't think George did.
Michael did, I think.
I posed it as a question.
Oh, I take that back. Okay, well, as I said, somebody's got to correct me, because, Michael, you asked the question just to throw it out, or were you serious?
We were in discussion about house size, and Scott wanted to have some idea of what house size would be acceptable in order. Scott's very anxious to get this approval. And so I suggested 3,500 square feet would be a way to get this approval.
Right, okay, thank you for that clarification. Well, and the minutes show that I said less than 5,750 would be appropriate. And I'm consistent with that because my thinking is that this lot was, the barter parcel was approved with a certain square footage, I think 8,250 for the one. And now there's a request by the applicant to subdivide a parcel that basically said in the approvals that no further subdivision should occur. So if you want to split it in two lots, it should be half the square footage. So I believe we should land about 4,125 square feet. It just makes logical sense, because this subdivision actually should not happen. There's been so many calculations that were fine. Jonathan said subjective. I in no way questioned his ability, his knowledge, and I absolutely agree with John's interpretation of the code OR. So that allowed me to get past the most significant issue here, other than the previous approval. So here we are at an approval that's completely discretionary. There's been a kind of a lot of back and forth. I don't see anyone being hard-nosed. We tried to work things out to make the best possible. But for me, the best possible application, or that would get my vote, is going to be less square footage than 5,750.
So, and that's the question you're posing to the board?
Yes. Does anyone want to discuss that point further?
Yeah. So, board?
I understand your argument, your logic. I'm just curious, by rights, for a new lot, if it were to be approved, it would be 5750. I just wonder if we've used that logic in the past in terms of lowering a house restriction size.
Just, I guess to clarify, I mean, if BARDA legally created parcel today, 10 acres, they have the right to build 5750. Zoning allows them up to 15,000 square feet, so they could come in and compete in growth management or come in through special review to ask to use TDRs to go up to 15,000 square feet. So actually what they have by right is 5750, so just to clarify that versus...
For 10 acres.
For 10 acres, yeah. Correct. In terms of reducing that, legally created parcel to less than 5750.
I can't think of any other instances off the top of my head where we have gone back and subdivided a property that was precluded against subdivision by an earlier act of the board. We have the ability to do it, no question about it, but I can't think of any other time.
Yeah, I can. The Morrow property.
Oh, this one. The scene of all kinds of interesting events.
I mean, I'd love to discuss this if it's okay with you, but...
Well, let's have, we'll just see this, what the board feels, and then I'll let you go. Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, I suppose I would feel that we've gone very far and long down the road to pull that out and discuss it at the last minute at this point. Maybe it's just the timing of how we got to that point where it crystallized. I really can't go there, and I have to apologize to the neighbors who would like to see that X amount smaller. But I look at this as the overall PUD subdivision amendment, things like that. So the FAR is not the only issue related to the approval. And I look at, these were kind of more that I was thinking about my closing comments, but it is a discretionary act of the board, but it's also a matter of reasonableness for an applicant to say, I want to put these things forward for what I'm going to get, and it's a reasonableness on our side as well to say, is this a fair exchange, as opposed to, if I listed every single thing I wanted in this and every other application, I think I'd be voting no on everything, and a lot of people coming in wouldn't be coming in, or I'd be in the minority. I see the recreational amenity being limited in some sort of size and moved as being a public benefit. I see the fire access improvements as being a public benefit. And we have to look at benefits to the broader neighborhood as opposed to just immediate neighbors. I also see there's been some willingness and movement of the new subdivided lot further away from the neighbors, as well as an increase in the landscape buffering proposal. And so I take it as a whole package, not one piece or another piece. And I think that what we're putting forward as acceptable, or what I'm putting forward as acceptable, and we've discussed so far, is reasonable. And I think that they've come to accept a reasonable proposal back. So I can't see, if we were to reduce our overall code to less than 5750 and all lots were 5,000, then I would have been negotiating to see the older BARDA lot being taken down to 5,000, but we haven't. And all the Samuelson subdivision homes on much, much smaller lots are able to go up to 5750 when they demolish. And so I can't see creating that dynamic that you have to split the FAR in half out of this.
Rob?
I agree with that 100%.
Okay. So, and I agree too, it's an interesting issue, but it should have been brought up, as far as I'm concerned, at the beginning of the conversation, not at the end, because we could have had a more robust discussion about it. I understand it, but I just can't get there at the end of the discussion. So, Mitch, do you want to,
I'll leave that part mostly alone, but I want everybody, I think everybody should feel pretty good about this at this point. I feel really, I'm sorry that you feel like there's been no strings attached to
You can address us.
I'm sorry you feel like your efforts might have been in vain, but I don't see it that way. Thanks to input and cooperation from neighbors, our envelopes have shrunken. We've just cut 2,500 square feet out of the floor area allowed. We've moved things further from those neighbors. We've limited what can happen on Common Parcel 2. Mind you, the existing approvals for Common Parcel 2 brought Bob Morrow in with an application for a big old cabin that no one thought was possible, but fit under the approval. And there was no requirement for a site plan review on Common Parcel 2, so no one would have seen that. It just would have happened. Without this subdivision and the extra floor area, the one additional house at 5,750 square feet, none of the other public benefits come along either. Hoagland Ranch is left without access for fire, without parking places for the things they have stored that are blocking fire access, without a lined pond that provides fire protection. This property doesn't have to tie its water rights to the property, commit to more efficient use of its water, commit to using its water. All of the commitments that happen with growth management only happen because of the subdivision and that floor area. I think everyone should feel really good about where we've gotten to at this point. There are plenty of strings attached to it already. You might call it a ball of string.
Okay, we'll try to get to that point of feeling good, but I'm not sure we're there yet. So, what other issue do we want to discuss here? Anything further? So, Suzanne, how do we need to proceed in terms of resolutions and ordinances?
You will need to take three separate motions. The ordinance and then the two separate resolutions. And I guess as you do each of those, then I can walk through the changes I've made note of and make sure that I've got everything.
Okay, so what you're saying here is the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County rezoning the barter parcel with a planned unit development PUD designation as an overlay to the AR10 zoning is our first course of action?
Correct. And there are no changes.
There are no changes to that. Is there a motion for that ordinance?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second to that ordinance?
Second. Okay. And point of order, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, just, who seconded that, George or Rachel? Rachel, okay. Yes.
I just want to make sure we're procedurally clear here, and I didn't think to ask this before, but did we need to open and close a public hearing on each of these three individually, or were we taking public comment on all three combined, and were we clear on that?
Actually, technically, the public hearing was noticed for first reading for the ordinance and the first resolution. There's no public hearing required for the second resolution. So technically, I guess this was not a public hearing. Right.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were clear.
It's listed that way, but second reading does not require a public hearing. It's just public meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. This has been a complex item, and so it's good to check back. Thank you, Rachel. So there's a motion to approve the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, rezoning the BARTA parcel with a planned unit development PUD designation as an overlay to the AR10 zoning. There's been and a second. So is there any further discussion? All in favor? Oh, George? Jack?
Yeah, I just want to make some general comments now as we work through this. I really appreciate the neighbors' input and all your hard work that you've done. I think that we've seen this has been an extraordinary process. I think we've not left very many stones unturned in trying to address all these issues. And I think that we have come up with a fair and equitable product at the end of the day. It may not be the perfect product. I understand that, there's always issues with adjoining neighbors. But I think in terms of the larger picture, for the benefits, as Rachel has expressed, for the adjoining neighbors, as well as I hope for the adjacent neighbors in terms of some of the agreements we've come up with, you'll see that I think we've worked hard on this. And I feel I'm not in love with it. I'm not in love with any new large development as well. But I think there is some issues in terms of the ability to do some development. We can't close off the doors completely, even though some of us might like to. There's very limited development left that actually is available in the county because of our strict zoning. When you compare that to Eagle County or Garfield County in the valley, and I think we've done a very good job. Certainly my predecessors have done a very good job in terms of coming up with the zoning, and I think there's always ways that we can improve our code and make it clearer, and we continue to do that as each of these cases come up before us. You know, everyone seems to be a sort of a new anomaly of something else, and that drives us to have staff look at continuing to refine our code and better address some of the concerns that come before us. But overall, I'm comfortable. I'm not, as I said, I'm not in love with it, but I'm comfortable that we went through a very fair process and have been able to come up with, I think, and even as Jack has said, for me, a better product in the end.
Thank you. Jack?
Yeah, 3 comments. Because I do not want the public to think that by the title of this Colorado River Cooperative Agreement, Path to a Secure Water Future, that Pitkin County was really a player in this, the way it came down. This is really an attempt by Grand County to preserve what little water they have left in their streams in their battle with Northern. And so that's why Pitkin County is not into this.
Okay. Well, I only know what I've read, so...
Oh, understandable, but for the benefit of, a little understanding.
Yeah, we are not parties to any
Yes.
of them.
Maybe only in a very ancillary way, long-term, rights, whatever, with other things. Secondly, the reason why I brought up my square footage issue is, number one, in Scott's going through items, square footage was the last item. And for me, in evaluating all the marbles on the table, I finally came to a realization that if there was some less square footage, and maybe I didn't clarify, but it's irrelevant now because some could have gone below, as we've heard before. Less square footage, I could move forward with an approval with all the work we've done collectively and feedback from the neighbors. So that's why that came at the end. It was very simplistic and straight up. I'll get to my main point here, which is about the zoning, and it's very important to me. The Morrill subdivision went through a process, and there's a number of land use pieces to it that essentially gave an approval, and that's a subdivision unless amended. The request here is never to amend that subdivision, so it's finite as a standalone subdivision. BARDA, no further subdivision. So for me, and my closing statement on this is, when you have 2 no's, how do 2 no's make yes? Doesn't work for me, so I'm going to vote no on all items.
Any other?
And I do appreciate the process, though. I mean, we've worked the best we could.
Just a second, John. You have his hand.
I'm sorry, Rachel.
No, please go ahead.
I just wanted to inquire of the board if it would be acceptable to add an additional recital into the ordinance for rezoning, which tracks the land use code, which basically would state that the rezoning action only becomes effective upon recordation of the final plat, such that the expiration of time, if the plat never gets recorded, the zoning action does not take effect.
So that's a recital?
Yes. if that's all right with the board.
I think that's a good suggestion, because that's something we've come up against time after time after time. So we ought to do that as a standard procedure. Is that okay for the rest of the board? Rob, is that okay?
Can I ask one question, John?
Yes.
Does that change the language? We sort of have the standard language about the ordinance becoming effective 30 days after notice. I mean, is that still
The ordinance itself is effective.
Okay, so then this
Zoning
is
is
in
not.
addition to that. Okay.
Yes, Rachel.
Thank you. We've been here a long time. I just want to say I really echo George Newman's comments. He made them very accurately, and I really appreciate your work, and it has changed. This is a very different application than when it first came in, and you've done the due diligence to slow us down to try to improve the project, and I'm hopeful it will work out in the end. And I guess if we all could just slow everything back down, there might be a different world. But I think a lot of reasonableness has gone into it.
So, any further comments? So I'll take a vote on the ordinance. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Opposed. Okay. The next item is the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, granting approval to the Barter Parcel Subdivision PUD conceptual submission, activity envelope review, and subdivision exemption for a major plat amendment to the Roaring Fork Meadows Subdivision PUD. Is that correct?
And is that the one that needs some amendments?
It does have revisions.
Pardon me?
That does have revisions.
And yes, Rachel?
I would make a motion to approve as amended via our discussions with Suzanne.
And Suzanne, are you clear on those revisions? Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Opposed. Okay. The next item of business is, I have to scroll down here to find it, is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, granting a 2010 rural area residential GMQS allotments for new lots and parcels. Suzanne, exactly how do we handle this?
Actually, the only change to this one is under the now therefore be it resolved, the 8250 would change to 5750. And otherwise, it's as written.
Okay. Is that,
I would move to approve as amended.
is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Opposed. Opposed. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it.
So, does anybody want to take a break?
Have several open discussions.
Do we have an open discussion?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break.
Good one.
Continuation of the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. It's February 22nd, 2012. We're returning after a small break. It's 10:04. We just finished with the Barter Parcel Subdivision, and we're now into open discussion. So, John, you mentioned that you had some items for open
Yeah,
discussion.
we got a few items, and I wanted to start off with Suzanne. Yesterday, during our discussions on future agendas, I had mentioned that you have a land use hearing coming up on March 14th, and we wanted to discuss the possibility of a site visit or explore the possibility of a site visit with you. And Suzanne, I'm going to just turn it over to you. Okay. Explain that.
So the request is for the Tillman property on Shieldo Road, if you all remember. It's come in front of you on a couple of occasions now. They had applied for an activity envelope that was approved. The neighbors appealed it. There's been litigation. They applied for site plan review. We thought that the litigation had been, there had been a decision from the court. We didn't realize that they had actually then appealed that on to the Court of Appeals. So the applicant came in to request that, so there was a stay in effect that would not allow them to proceed with that application. So that was the second time we came in front of you, and you agreed to lift the stay to allow them to proceed with the site plan review application. That is happening. It is coming to you on March 14th, and Tom Newland had asked if you all would be willing prior to that to come out on a site visit. And I figured that there was probably enough history on this one. Usually we kind of wait and see if you all want to direct us to then go out to a site, but this one might be worth going out ahead of time, given that there has been so much history on this one. So just wanted to see if you were interested and had any time to accommodate that before the March 14th hearing.
Boyd? Yes, John.
Just wondering, we've already done one site visit. It's a little corner lot, right?
It's the corner lot. I don't think we had a formal site visit as a...
I remember, I thought having a site visit, we're definitely stopping, looking at it. I mean, if you blink, you pass it. It's so small.
Right, and they have a full site plan now. They have actually, Tom has staked the footprint of the house, can put up height poles, story poles for you. They've been working with the neighbors in the caucus and whatnot. So anyway, so he'd made the request if you're interested, willing, or not.
Rachel?
Yeah, Jack, we may have had that pointed out to us when we went to do the site visit on Connie Harvey's request for a TDR. So maybe that's kind of what you're remembering.
Or ag building.
I guess I have two things to say. One is that because I'm going to NACO March 1st, it's going to be really hard to schedule around me, and I'm down in Denver for meetings 29th and 30th. I could go, I think, on Friday, unless we've been able to come up with any other meetings between John and I on Friday of this week. But I don't want that to prevent anyone else from doing it, and I will be back in time for the 14th meeting, so I might, if you give me a map, get down there and take a look at it myself. I would tend to caution that I think that it's probably a good idea to do a site visit given the nature of the ongoing litigation. And it gets full diligence.
George?
Yeah, I would agree to that if it works in my schedule. If it doesn't, knowing that Tom has got that staked out, I could always just drive over there as well.
Yeah, the issue is he doesn't leave the story poles up, unless we set up and said, okay, we'll have them up for a certain day. He doesn't leave them up for days on end because they'll just get blown over. But either way, so we could arrange it that way or to go as a group.
So if it's agreeable, we could look at some dates, but...
That's typically the hard part.
Yeah.
But that's where we need to go, I think.
So, John, do you have any potential dates for us to go?
I'm going to have to work with Susan. I don't have all the calendars.
Okay, so how can we bring that up again then? Because we need to...
Well, we could probably coordinate by email and then next Tuesday, unless you're were you looking at this Friday, Rachel?
Yeah, I could go this Friday, but again, I don't want to hold everyone up.
And Fridays are good for me.
I have Monday open the 27th. For some reason, I have a 2 o'clock down. I have no idea what it is. Oh, no, I hate it when you do that.
Well, let's wait. So we're not going to be able to schedule any earlier than the 28th.
27th, I thought.
27th is a Monday.
Are ahead for Rachel.
No, 27th is a Monday. What John is suggesting is that by next Tuesday, our work session, he'd come up with a series of dates and then we would schedule. Is that right, John?
Yeah, and we could coordinate through email to make sure that folks are available and then finalize that date on Tuesday.
Yes, George?
Unless Monday would work for everybody.
Yeah, if Monday works for everybody, do you have time?
What time were you?
I was just going to say let's do it more in the morning, so then if I find out what this 2 o'clock is.
I have a conference call on Monday with Northwest Call. regarding
What time is
PG
your conference?
applications. It hasn't been scheduled yet,
Okay.
so.
So Monday's okay. Monday looks like it's good for the majority of the board. I might not be able to make it, but
And it might be good for me.
I'm not going to be here on the 14th anyway, so
All right, we'll get something scheduled for Monday morning, it sounds like, and that may be good for you, Rob?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll work on that. We'll get an email out to you.
okay.
Yeah, I would like to request, though, the latest possible on Monday, working with, at least we know Rachel's schedule, but both, if, you know, she has a 2 o'clock, whatever, just
Yeah.
not a 9 o'clock. I mean,
Okay.
I'm just not a first thing in the morning guy.
We'll shoot for 10. Is that okay? To leave here at 10, pick you up at Brush Creek?
Or me, and I'd want to be picked up at Brush Creek Road.
Okay, what item is next?
Okay, thanks. We have, you all should have received an email from Rachel. I have copies here on the Good Samaritan.
Legislation. I think I handed these out yesterday, as a matter of fact, but here's another copy.
And it's really a request, I think, for a resolution. Attached is a resolution that Ray County did. And the Good Samaritan law in this case is really seeking to allow individuals who will do water quality improvements and clean up at old mining sites to avoid attaching some of the liability that may come with that if they weren't originally responsible for those groups, if they were coming in just for the purpose of cleaning up. And you may have more to...
Well, as I understand it, current law is such that if a group, Trout Unlimited or Watershed Group, says, well, we'd like to remediate this old mine's damage, and they propose a process and get approval by the Corps of Army Engineers, and they do it, and then it doesn't, then suddenly liability attaches to them in perpetuity. So if it didn't do as much cleanup as they'd like for the water standards, it improved them 20% but not 100%, they suddenly become liable for the improvement to 100%. And so that it's enough of a reason that groups won't touch old problems and they won't get involved because they can't afford that sort of liability for little watershed groups and nonprofits and so on. It's something that Mark Udall recently gave a speech on the Senate floor about, that it's time to move forward. And I think the big logjam has been between some offices saying this could be done administratively, we don't need legislation, other people saying we have to have legislation, it can't be done administratively, and wanting to make sure that true responsible party who had created the problem isn't able to use this as a loophole in the future to not take responsibility for their problems. But it really has a lot to do, and we may have less than someplace like Ouray County, which has a lot of hard rock mining, but the people who created the problems are dead and gone, 50 years ago, and yet they're still having the problems with the river.
Yes, George, then Jack.
And even though we may not have as many as Ouray County, we do have some, and certainly the most recent reclamation work done on the Hope Mine by a nonprofit group could put them into jeopardy. And so there are opportunities in the county to perhaps clean up some of these mine sites and help restore some of the healthy streams.
Yeah.
The only question I wanted to raise was one of timing, because we don't have another regular meeting now until the 14th.
I think that it's not critical that we do it immediately. Lynn had wanted, if it was possible, for groups to pass it before we all leave for NACO, so that when we have the hearings with public land, she could say, well, these are counties that passed resolutions of support. But if it's supported by the board and we are going to take a formal action in the future, I can certainly convey that.
Or we could write a letter.
Or we could write a letter as
would have
opposed to a
the same
resolution of support, something like that.
How does the board feel? Do you want to go ahead and write a letter, get that done?
Does that
Yeah, well, I think a letter, and then we can do a formal resolution later, so it is on our books as something we support.
I would support that.
Okay, and then we can perhaps have Ellen or Suzanne or Cindy kind of modify this so that they feel it's more appropriate and distinct to Picken County.
Jack?
Yeah, and that was going to be my point. I think the main body of this is right on. Then, of course, we've got to delete or change the references to Uray County or San Juan Mountains. But some of this won't be applicable, so it's really what I would support is a generic support of this idea, both in letter form and, let's get the reso and go from there.
Thank you.
But I'd like to have Rachel be able to bring something to NACO.
Yeah.
So we'll bring something to next Tuesday's meeting, and then if you approve that, you'll have that in hand.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Excuse me. Next item is a request for a letter of support from WAPA. They're submitting to the Environmental Fund of the Aspen Skiing Company and Motorboat Colorado grant programs. And it's really to expand their inspection programs for mussels, I think it is. And,
Invasive species.
Yeah, invasive species. And so they're looking for a letter of support. So you've got the email and then a recommended letter of support. And give you a minute to look at that and get guidance whether you want us to participate in that.
I think we've actually funded these efforts from our own Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund, and I think it's great that they're pursuing other avenues for funding. And
maybe we should put that in our letter, that we have actually funded
in the past,
and so we support.
Unless it gives the judges of the grant request reasons to say no, why don't you keep funding it?
Well, that actually is the fundamental problem, because the Bureau of Reclamation is no funding whatsoever, and yet it's their project. And it's their project that's going to be put in jeopardy if there is an aquatic nuisance species occurrence there. And so that, although this is good, the real problem is the Bureau of Reclamation, and we've written them numerous letters, and to our congressional delegation to say, the Bureau of Reclamation isn't taking care of their assets, and forcing local jurisdictions to do it is completely unfair. Yeah, Rachel.
When I'm back in D.C., Charlotte has been trying to set up some appointments for me, and I'm going to meet with Ann Castle, who is the Bureau of Reclamation's water science, and that's one of the issues I'll be bringing up as well.
Good.
Does anyone know if we have already supported this through a letter? I mean, I hear...
Not this specific grant
This
request.
is the grant.
The program
No,
overall.
but in the past, have we done that?
This is the first time I think that they've applied to Motorboat Colorado for a grant.
Okay. Certainly we should support this. I really don't know if we should put that we've done the funding before.
I think if you say that it's important enough for the county to have donated previously, and we think it's important to the recreational community to have a facility that is free of aquatic nuisance species, I think that's totally appropriate.
Well, what is the amount being requested and what's the amount we have funded before?
But they're not requesting this of us.
Well, support for, but it doesn't tell me what we're asking for in this grant, how much.
We're just supporting their request for a grant.
They're asking for
like
$13,000.
the banks.
Yeah, they're asking for $13,000.
13.
From the other side of that. Skiing company and $10,000.
Oh, 3 and 10.
Colorado.
I was reading the
They're
other.
just looking for as many partners as they can.
Well, I agree
The
with
program's been very effective, and the cooperation of the boating community has been very, very good. Nobody nobody's objecting to it whatsoever, so.
I support a letter to both agencies. It sounds like 2 letters, really, title to each one.
All right. Another letter request. This one's a little bit more difficult, and I don't know, I know Rachel and George have seen this, and this is a request to write Senator Bennett's and Udall regarding the merging of Express Scripts and Medico Health Solutions, which are 2 large pharmaceutical companies. They have quite a bit of the market share between them. I believe it's about 60% is what I've seen on the internet of Medicare and Medicaid prescription business. I don't know if any other commissioners have been solicited for a letter of support. I've tried to do a little bit of research on this, and it's very difficult to know what to recommend here. In essence, you have 2 very large pharmaceutical companies. In support of the merger is the claim that it will reduce health care costs for Medicare and Medicaid patients using these pharmacy benefits. I believe that the study, I've only seen one study referenced on the web, which indicated there would be roughly $87 million a year in potential savings. On the other side of the issue, this is right now going to the federal FTC, Federal Trade Commission, under antitrust concerns, and concerns that actually so much of the market would be controlled that, yes, while there would be increased purchasing power and the potential for savings, there's no guarantee that those don't just get added to the margins versus delivered to the end users. But I know at least 2 of you, maybe more, have been solicited for these letters, and we wanted to bring it up. I really don't know how to advise you as to whether this is beneficial or not, public policy-wise.
Just to make clear, this request came from Senator Udall's office, so it's not someone else coming.
Oh, it did come?
It came from Senator Udall's staff that has requested related support because it's a bill that I think Bennett and Udall are behind. So they're just looking for support from other county commissioners and I forget which county has already submitted a letter of support. So it's coming from their office.
Yes.
Yeah, and to be clear, I forwarded to John and asked that he ask Nan or Danette to evaluate whether that it was a good thing or bad thing for Pickens County, because I have no idea. And I would have to double check when I get home, but I kind of thought the information came to me from Colorado West, actually, as a request that we should support this. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I'm not sure we had the same email.
The one that I have in front of me came from Pearson Public Affairs, and I don't know who.
Yeah, but the one I forwarded to John.
Kate Schwartz.
Yeah, Kate Schwartz.
What's that? Who I didn't know if it was a relationship to.
I don't think it's related to Gail. But
Gail, and I asked for cons, and there were quite a few.
Yeah, I was wondering about.
I said, great, this is why you support it. What are the cons? And there were quite a few cons that she put forth.
Yeah, I was wondering whether it could be damaging to small, quote, mom and pop pharmacists over time. So I don't know that we know enough to weigh in.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a couple problems with this. Number one, the source. It seems like I've heard 3 right now. Who's making the request? Secondly, I really I'm hesitant about mergers in general. And third, it's going through the, I guess, Department of Justice.
Federal Trade Commission.
Oh, Trade Commission, yeah. And so I'm having a problem supporting this. too many unknowns and too many things that I really don't like, because mergers and deregulations, but mergers seldom, I think, help people.
Rob, do you still have that email from
I can't find it in here, so. I've got it pulled up right now, yeah, and it's saying Pearson Public Affairs.
Oh, well, maybe I'm mistaken.
It's
I thought it was coming. I thought she was a staff.
Yeah, I
person
think
from the senator's office. So I could be mistaken.
And I could see where it's Senior Project Coordinator, Western Region, and then below it's Pearson Public Affairs.
Oh, okay,
And
so I was mistaken.
Yeah. I mean, I'm comfortable not weighing in, if we don't feel,
Yeah, I just don't see that we're just not directly involved. And the problem being, commissioners, you get solicited for everything. And I think we have to realize that we have a certain range, and that's fine. And that range should be personal connection, personal knowledge, some professional knowledge. But when you just get a solicitation, I think we just have to back off.
I agree with that, Michael. As I said, the main thing I wanted to do was forward it to Danette and Nan to see if they thought it was of significance to our county. But if we don't have a strong feeling one way or the other, then I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other.
So we're going to pass on that, John, until something comes to our attention.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of updates. Did hear back from Carla, our Environmental Health Director, and it does look like we should be able to start installing the technologies at Pick and Earn within the next 2 weeks. So it's going to move very, very quickly, it sounds like. So we'll keep you posted on that.
You should have them label it.
Maybe we'll go on. I hope nobody switches the label.
Yeah, exactly.
So they get confused.
Yeah. Test lots.
And don't give the kids any ideas out there. And just one more update. I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I told you that we had let an RFP on an IT needs assessment, where we were doing the technical assessment on our networks and such in light of what's happened with public safety. We are in the final phases right now of we're down to 2 vendors, and we'll come back to you with what those proposals look like. The good news is right now the 2 vendors fall within the contingency we have budgeted in IT, so we wouldn't need to ask for additional funds to do that, but want to be sure we bring you up to speed on the scope and such before we do anything formally. So we are in the final phases of looking at those last 2 RFPs. And that's all I have for open discussion.
Thank you, John. Any discussion on the part of the board? Yes, Jack?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up with direction that we indicated as a result of our retreat, that we would get together for a few work sessions, brainstormings, whatever. I'm wondering if there's any interest from the board in proceeding with that idea. I have a couple topics that we might, and what I'm thinking of, because this is the first time this has been brought up, is that we would say take a couple topics and allocate 1 hour only. So it's not like there's a huge amount of preparation at all involved. It's just starting to have a discussion. And those 2 items for me are economic sustainability, and all this started, of course, with the governor's, bottom-up process, and where we're at, because my understanding and my inference is that the governor's process is really not going to link up to us locally. And so if we have an interest, and I think we do, we ought to just begin a discussion about what the new paradigm is for us. What does that mean? We know what it's not, in particular construction, but what is the future? And so, and my thing is we need to look at what we have, who we are, and certainly stable, and make sure we're stable in our current economics, as it were, and the things we support, and then explore what's new. And I thought an hour of discussion might get us off the ground. Secondly was housing. We've always gotten up to a point and then not followed through, and I'd like to have dedicate that other hour to, well, what does it mean? How might we proceed? Because both of these seem to be, or appear to be, part of our strategic plan, and housing, which is part of the strategic plan. So I'm interested in, having a couple hours of really just discussion. Not big prep, not this, that, or the other. Just to get the ball rolling and experiment with what we meant, because it was undefined, as to having a little work session discussion time.
So, Board, how do you feel about that? On the one thing was, shall we go ahead with an extra work session on a periodic basis to discuss, in general, some subject? And then Jack's suggesting two of those subjects should be economic sustainability and housing. So, number one, we should continue those. We should continue the idea of having a work session. Yes. Yes.
I'd like to comment on it. Yeah.
Okay.
But Rob was up first. I just can't answer yes or no to your question, Michael, without a little more discussion. Yeah.
The first one was very easy.
Yeah, we decided it.
Yeah.
But everyone's opinion.
Okay, go ahead. What is it?
Okay. I support the concept, but I think 1 hour would be far too short to really delve into any significant topic. And so that's my, I agree with you, don't want to have a whole bunch of prep, but in some ways, when the concept had come up at the retreat, it was about how do we get backgrounding on some of how these programs started, what are our operating principles, what are our goals out of them. That's kind of what you had alluded to, Rob, that we drill down more rather than, one case currently, what's the underlying principles. And so I agree, and I fully, and I'm glad you brought it up, but it was my kind of impression we were going to leave our manager time to think about when to fit that into our work session schedule, what players does he need in the room to listen to the conversation, and how would he like to present it. And so,
And that's housing you're referring to.
I'm talking about all of them throughout the year, because there's a little bit of which items are the most timely, and housing to me is definitely more timely than economic development. But at the same time, I'd love to see the background of all of our transportation funding questions. It sounds silly, but I've kind of thought to myself, in a way, we've sent George and Rob out to have these EOTC subcommittee meetings, and we as a board haven't even set goals for what we would like you guys to negotiate for or to discuss. Is it our main principle is get the funding for the underpass at the ABC, and that's all that matters to us? Or is our main principle that we'd like to see cash reserve saved for an eventual entrance to Aspen improvement? Or what? We haven't done that. And then the more I thought about that issue, it really struck me that how do we go and peel back the layers, because we're not just talking about the last chunk of the half penny, we're also really talking about how the RTA was formed originally and what people contributed to that, and what is our larger transportation vision for Picken County, which we haven't had. So, I agree that, yes, we should do larger work sessions, 2 hours or 3 hour at a time on some topics to get general agreement, direction, clarity, whatever we want to call it, innovation. But I don't want to be the one to set what those topics are, and I don't want to try to start to work it into the schedule. I think it was direction from the retreat for our manager to begin to work that into our schedule.
But here's what Rachel, I think that we have to, as a group, as 5 commissioners, decide what we want to talk about, right? I think that's important. And Jack suggested 2 topics. You suggested 1. That's a good start. I don't think we need our county manager to suggest what we need to talk about. He needs to facilitate that, and we need to discuss with him what the precise nature of that discussion is going to be. But that's the way I feel about it. So.
Yeah, and what I'm hearing Jack saying, which if I hear him correctly, I'm in complete agreement about, is that we have decided topics to talk about, we spent 2 full days in a retreat. And there are 5 topics that we put out as priorities. And now it's been, a month since the retreats, so about a month since the retreats. So what's the reasonable time to bring those back to us is, I guess, what I'm saying. And let's keep the ball moving on ideas of being proactive on our goals this year versus, work sessions that, a lot of part are reactive, but some are proactive. But I'd like to have some meeting discussion time, as we talked about, to brainstorm as policymakers how we can move forward on accomplishing the goals that we've already spent 2 days deciding, 5 goals for us.
John? And so we had the opulent amount of time of half an hour on the 6th. I did set aside to kind of do a quick overview with you guys, because we have been following up at the staff level to try and get some sense of what steps we think we could take this year on those goals. And what we wanted to do is come back to you and share some of that at a high level, and then have exactly this discussion about can we get some workshop time, maybe outside of our Tuesdays are really filling up, and it may be good if we could find a little bit, whether it be an hour or 2 hour block on a Monday or Thursday or what have you, to really hit some of these topics, but get a sense of where you want those discussions to go first so that we can direct our efforts to putting information together.
Yes, George.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with Rob. At the retreat, we did identify, I thought, with maybe 6 goals, and we were going to, we had staff, directed the staff to look at those and develop a process to address them. And so I'm hoping that at the very short work session we have coming up, you'll come back with some ideas in terms of how to perhaps address them and how to perhaps prioritize them. But I think we do need to have staff with adequate background to move forward. I think we do need to have adequate time to make it efficient not only for us but for staff. And if we're going to spend the time, let's make it the most productive and have the information we want, allow the time for a good discussion, hopefully some direction and some decisions to move on. So I'm supportive of the concept, Jack, but I think we've got that in play, and John Peacock has just reaffirmed that we've got a process set up, at least in your mind, in terms of how to move forward.
Yeah, and I think we're still going to need direction from the board as far as where you want to focus your energies initially, but we can have that discussion. We're exploring, for example, broadband. We're exploring right now what resources we could bring to the table over what timeline to start educating both policymakers and staff about what's currently here, as well as what our possibilities are to move forward so we can start to chart a course. And so by 6, we're hoping to be able to say, we can bring the State Office of Information Technology and somebody from Northwest COG in the next few weeks and maybe have a work session on that. And so we're still working on those timelines, but I fully agree, and I'm actually really happy that you guys are wanting to push us on these goals, because that's what it's going to take for us to get these done.
So Jack, does that satisfy you?
I guess that's the board's interpretation of the direction and John's, feedback. I look at things as complex and simple, according to how much we want to make either. Absolutely, I agree with everything you said, Rachel, about transportation. On the other hand, this committee is doing their thing, and those questions that you asked are the next step at EOTC, I think, to drill down on a lot of history, if it's necessary. I'm hoping there comes a recommendation that kind of gives us a path to move forward with EOTC and not have to have this tension about dollars, and there could be,
a formula to do that, and I don't know, and that's up to those 6 participants and staff, whoever is there. Fabulous broadband, but that's more preparation. So then I go back to my economic sustainability piece. I don't think that there is a huge amount of staff work to be done to prepare an initial conversation. Show us what we all did. Could even link up to some of the governor, an executive summary of what the governor did for, relative to us, our region, so that's my opinion why we don't link. But that item is really one that's a discussion item without a big prep. And that's kind of why I mentioned that first. And it's the one I'm most interested in because, and there's no question, we are in a new paradigm, a new world, whatever the new norm is. We don't really know what it is. It's going to require interaction amongst all of us. I agree absolutely with Michael. We set the agendas, not staff, but we work unequivocally, so cooperatively that there's a joining of the hip, as the expression goes.
Let me just suggest on Jack's thing on economic sustainability or development that we actually narrow the discussion down to local concerns. I think, personally, I would like to have not the governor's energy. I don't really care about what the governor thinks about economic sustainability because Pekin County has come up with a formula for economic sustainability since the 40s. And so I'd like to have a discussion with the ski company, with representatives of ACRA, with whatever other business interests there are in town, and see what they think, what they're looking at as economic sustainability, what their plans are, and what our plans are. I think our biggest involvement in economic sustainability is how we develop the airport. And that's going to have a significant bearing on these other entities in town. So we need to have a discussion, a local discussion with the players, the economic players in this community. That's my view. But yes, Rachel and Ron.
Well, yeah, I really just want to clarify. I think that we naturally pick the topics, which we did at the retreat, as Rob has said. And I was just saying that as staff feels they're ripe, they're ready, and it's going to be a meaningful meeting, we set the agenda together. I don't think we need management to tell us what to talk about or when. That was not the intent of my comments. But I want to make sure we don't meet to meet, and that does require a little more prep work sometimes. Michael's just talked about a number of partners that would be very good in the economic development discussion. But I don't want to go into a room and say, well, we just came in to brainstorm with you guys. I want to be able to talk about, well, what have we done so far, how much we get on the line, what our resources are. Otherwise, at our retreat, we spent a couple hours or a good hour and a half talking about economic development type of ideas and proposals. And so I don't want to just rehash those again. And so that's all I meant, is that I think that there's a timeliness as to when something is ripe, and I don't want to call it up before it's ripe, just so we've met, and I also don't want to, and I'm happy to set aside 2 and 3 hour chunks of time at a time, because that way I think you reach some resolution and direction at the end, and the appropriate other players are there, and whatever else supporting things we have or need for that. So that's all. That's what I meant by that comment.
Yes, Rob.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, meeting for the sake of meeting is pointless, and having staff be able to, assist us with the proper information that's needed to make policy decisions is crucial to that discussion. But I think the one thing that I feel, a year and a couple of months is, with some of these topics, I'm not sure that we've given staff what's acceptable to us. And therefore allowing them to come back to us and say we can do this. I mean, God, this housing thing blows my mind. I mean, do we have a realtor on the street right now, and did we determine in that meeting whether or not this is acceptable to hire someone to present us with options? The economic development issue. Are we going to support special events, or are we not going to support special events? I don't know what the answer is from this board. I really don't know. And so how can staff, if they don't know what's acceptable for us, I mean, we could talk about tax incentives for businesses coming into Pickens County. I'm sure counties around the country do that. I'm not sure that that's acceptable to us. We can talk all sorts of things, in terms of, economic sustainability and diversity and those sorts of things. But unless staff has the direction of what's acceptable to us, and that's a brainstorming conversation, that I think we started that at our retreat, but I don't think we gave staff direction that what's acceptable and what's not to us. An interesting thing the city did, and this was around specifically special events, they did that mining for ideas. They let the citizens do all the work. Maybe we should do a mining for ideas for economic sustainability for the county. But the question that I think still, every time we have a discussion about economic sustainability or what our role is as a county, I think it always gets left unanswered as to whether or not it's our role. Our role is land use management. Our role is, running the proprietary aspect of the county, the properties that we own and those sorts of things. Our role is collecting in taxes and providing those things. Our role is safety with the sheriffs. Those are clear, but what's I think even in a year and 3 months for me is very unclear is the direction that, it's unclear to me, so I'm assuming it's unclear to staff, is what's acceptable for us, specifically in the economic development side.
Yes.
Yeah, and I hate to be so agreeable, but I agree with everything what you said, but it's a matter of stages. And absolutely, you're right, Michael, and how the next step after what I'm thinking is a initial discussion to set some parameters or whatever, or you could just hand the ball off, but I like the idea of us doing it, and then calling a community meeting or major players, the Institute, golly, and that's one of them also, as well as the ski company, etc. And so, and I don't know a better term, I guess, to use than brainstorming. It's, but Rob is the originator for economic sustainability development issues, and he's used that term, so I guess I'm glomming onto it, but there's a discussion to me to be had on that topic before we call a get-together with other interested and major players, and minor players, whatever, the community.
Well, the other way to look at it, too, is that there are no answers here, that the point of this is actually discussion, not an end result. And the point of it is a good discussion. And so I think you have to have that. You can't give direction to the staff of what's acceptable. They have to hear us discuss it. And then they get a sense of, and we have to have a robust discussion. And that gives staff then direction to develop whatever threads come out of that. That's I think, and that if we don't have a goal except discussion, we're going to be able to have a series of these things that are going to give rise to maybe goals and certainly direction for staff. So that's, John, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Well, I think there could be value in some of the topics, like you said, Michael, having the discussion and further fleshing out, and I think that's what everyone's saying. Some topics maybe we are going to take us longer to be prepared for, like the broadband discussion is not going to be useful without more information at the table. But we probably could have more discussion to kind of set, what is that vision for how we want to pursue economic resiliency or housing. I think we actually have a lot of that information at hand, but it's more about settling. And so I'd be happy to set up some earlier brainstorming types of discussions. Staff was going to come to you with some recommendations for how do we reach out and have this broader discussion, more inclusive discussion on economic vitality, what are going to be our next steps on broadband or what have you. But that could as easily be, a discussion and continuance, more in-depth brainstorming session with the board on those topics too.
Rachel, you have a comment?
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, maybe I walked away from the retreat with a different impression, and how much it all gets written up afterwards. But I thought we had a pretty good discussion on special events, as an example, where, it's like, no, we don't want to be like Telluride and trying to have an event every weekend, and no, we don't have a commercial center. We're not going to create a new pavilion outside of the city of Aspen for special events, that the other institute and these sort of agencies are there, that, how do we handle the pig and the python and the impacts of special events that are more and more solicited in town? How do we deal perhaps more rapidly with requests for filming permits? And, that's just a whole series of things. But the other things that we do that are long-term economic development are both protecting our natural resources, developing them in such a way, such as the proposal we saw today for the Redstone Park, the proposal we saw yesterday for the Basalt River Park. I think that we talked fairly at length about, where we want to go for special events. And it wasn't, let's try to bring in worldwide wrestling or anything. It's not us. And so I didn't think that we lacked direction for staff. And that's all I was saying is I think rather than try to regurgitate the same things we all said less than a month ago, to give staff some time, whether it's Cindy and ComDev or whoever, to come back to say this is how we're responsive to those things. That they didn't go away just because we haven't had 3 proposals on the table. And, we also, at our previous retreat at the fire department, allocated where we thought our money should go as a county for different needs that we know exist in the county. And economic development, was way down there. And, maybe that changes because we've been able to allocate some money towards our roads, some money. And I don't think it's all about money. I'm not saying that. We've all talked to different ways we can continue to boost this and support it. But I didn't think we didn't talk about it. We didn't just put it up as a topic. We spent, a good hour or more talking about what is economic development for us and what are our strengths and how do we use our resources.
I remember a discussion about it, but I don't remember any conclusions about it. You'd brought up the comparison to Telluride, but I didn't hear anyone else say I would or wouldn't like to be like Telluride. You brought up that. So there was some discussion, but it wasn't a full-body discussion of special events. So, yeah, George.
I would suggest that, John, we have a work session coming up in a couple of weeks. And again, that's to look at, hopefully, prioritizing some of these topics and how best to address them, because some are very concrete. I think housing is very concrete. We've done a tremendous amount of work, but I think it's going to take us much more to try to move the ball. Economic development is a much, much broader conversation. And we can brainstorm all we want around this room, but it's not going to do one iota unless we really understand not only where each of us individually believe our role is, but to bring in some of the other partners in the community. So that's a much larger forum discussion series. So I'm suggesting that let's have John come back with ideas, prioritizing, and set up some schedules to start to tackle these as we move along.
So is that, yes, Jack?
Yeah. Absolutely, George, you're right about, and it goes back to what I said about simple and complex, certain subjects, and nothing really is simple, so we know that, but the simpler side of complex. But, for example, and you're right in defining economic sustainability, because I personally had to stay away from development, that word, about how complex that could be. But, for example, Rob brought up in this conversation about, I was wondering where we're at in special events. We touched base, and we had some examples, but I agree with Michael, we never came to a conclusion, and we shouldn't have at a retreat. But for example, we have a couple of requests on the table. Let's look at the X Games. And that question
about additional money for transportation is going to come to us, and do we want to have that as a part of an item on an agenda where we speak 5 minutes each or whatever, and then we go to a meeting and try to come up with an answer to that specific one? Or do we want to step back before that meeting, and I think that's, after middle March, I don't know exactly the EOTC date. Do we want to step back and say, well, have things changed in the county? Do we want to have a discussion about where we're at in special events and even subsidies? So we've now narrowed that issue, because the issue is there, and the issue about the bike race is on the table, and the issue about the SHRF at the at X Game is on the table. So there's things out there, and we just haven't said, okay, well, yeah, we can deal with it. So I'm saying maybe comprehensively we take that one smaller subset of economic sustainability and have that discussion. Now, that doesn't necessarily have to mean that we meet for 2 hours on it. We meet however long we meet. We could even do it on a Tuesday if we were willing to come a little earlier. But I actually prefer a separate day, because then you're focused on, well, let's just have that discussion different ways. But scheduling always works among 5 and staff.
Yeah. And I agree with you, Jack. That's a subset that we could tackle. An hour is not realistic. We've already spent a half hour just talking about it.
On 3 different items.
Yeah. Special events. So we need to allow a block of time. We need to have staff do some prep work and talk about it. But I agree with you.
And that should be really one of the first. Excuse me for.
It's going to be more money for the same event, basically. It's going to be our economic development.
In a couple of weeks.
And we did break out. I mean, that's definitely one we know we've got to deal with, because we have the Pro Challenge bike race request on the table, and request for some kind of decision matrix that is difficult to develop, and that is a difficult one to develop.
But the other question is, if any special event requires a subsidy, what makes that sustainable? I mean, if you, before you go into a restaurant, you have to donate some money for just to subsidize the restaurant. What's going on? So somebody show me that path. I mean, I'd like to see, not specifics, but in general, why subsidies lead to a sustainable economy.
That's part of that discussion.
And that's the key question, really.
Yeah.
I would say it's,
Well, I'm not asking for the answer.
I'll give a little answer. I would say it's pulling someone up by their bootstraps sometimes. Gets them doing something that betters their life so that they can find something else to do the next day. And you can take a lot of our health and human services and look at that and how that happens, which are crucial elements to what we do as a county. But, 8% unemployment in Pickens County also doesn't help us out very much either.
No, but I'm not. I'm just posing the question, Rob. I'm not.
Yeah.
I just need to know, because I think that's the difficult part on a per item basis, is why any amount of money, so we have to have a criteria to say, well, okay, so this subsidy, show me how the subsidy works, and then if it works in what we've learned, then I can make that subsidy.
And where our discussion needs to be is what assumptions you all are going to be comfortable with, because we'll never have a formula in an Excel spreadsheet. We can plug this event into it and say it's a winner or a loser.
Well, and our special events will put all the construction workers back to work, or are we going to do, rather than...
Do that?
And also the issue came up with X Games. So they had a security firm that was a local security firm that had worked to the security people around the valley. At which point they said, no, thank you. We have our own firm that is from LA, and we prefer working with them. Is that? I mean, if somebody comes to us with that kind of proposal, where they're essentially all construction from somewhere else, using materials from somewhere else, using camera people from somewhere else. What does that do for us? I mean, Rob, those are questions we're going to face, but I mean...
I know. The fact of the matter is that their LA firm hired tons of local people to do security here, and it was a lot more than zero of not having the event here. And my approach on special events, or my interest of moving forward quickly on it, partially, the thought of the X Games, I guess, is part of it, but it's being proactive. I'd much rather see a headline that says X Games are staying because county donated $10,000 towards it than
That's all it takes, you got it.
But the point is if we get an ask and we don't get, as opposed to coming up with a policy that says this is our level of risk. I mean, the city did this with their $100,000, mining for ideas. They said this is what we're doing, and I mean, maybe I brainstormed the thought of maybe we look at December and January and take half of the increased sales dollars from those 2 months that's above and beyond our budget and say, all right, that's how much we're going to allocate towards special events. And then we're going to come up with an idea of how to move forward with them. I mean, this is part of the brainstorming conversation that I'd like to see on some of these topics. And I'm not just saying, we throw money to stuff in these brainstorming conversations. I mean, they have to have results. But I guarantee you, X Games not here in 2013, and the county's down $100,000 in sales tax dollars. I don't know if that number is the exact number, but
we don't know. I mean, that's the problem. We don't know.
I was going to say.
Yes, Jordan.
It sounds like we're having a work session on special things.
Yeah.
We agree we need to have a discussion on it. I don't want to spend the next hour talking about it right now.
Yeah.
Hey, so, is that a motion to adjourn?
I'll accept that.
But I think the staff gets the direction of where we're going, and there are these subjects to go over, and it looks like we have enthusiasm to deal with those subjects in a work session or multiple work sessions on one subject, depending how it captures our passions. So, is that yes, Rachel?
Well, I guess what I did want to say, I think everyone here at the table supports the X Games, and the past history, as necessary to keep the X Games here during the past negotiation, was clear, and the support was there. I remember talking to John Norton when he first wanted to bring it in from Crested Butte, and I was mayor of Aspen. I said, it'd be great for the town, what do we have to do? And we've consistently allocated money towards it. So it's not that you're the only one who cares about X Games or is worried about the X Games potentially going away. And so, yeah, let's take these as they come forward. I don't want to set criteria that then says, well, they're 2% over the criteria and they were asked, so we won't give them anything, or things like that. Sometimes you have to leave some discretion at the table to be able to deal with issues as they come up and as they're appropriate.
So, any other?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. So it's 10 out, 5. We've had a full day. Jordan, thank you for your services. Thank you, Grassroots. And this meeting's adjourned.
Great.
Do you guys have 10 minutes? Not everyone. I just wanted to catch up.